guess it wouldn't necessarily affect you per se, but there's a plot of land. It's been vacant. That
I hear the little words here. There it is. Good morning and welcome to the November 5th, 2025 City Planning Commission meeting. We look forward to hearing your case as we understand every project is important and unique. In addition, we want to make sure we address all of the docketed items individually with the attention they need to build consensus between the applicant, public, and city staff. Our meeting will follow the advertised docket, and we will hear the cases in order they are listed, beginning with the consent agenda, followed by the regular docketed items. The commissioners believe we can reach consensus by being brief yet heard. Because our meeting is virtual and recorded, we have time limits for the cases we hear, which is 5 minutes for staff presentations, 20 minutes for the applicant, plus any questions by the commissioners. When we move to public comment, we will call on those who have joined us in person first, followed by those who have joined us virtually. Public comments are limited to 2 minutes when speaking as an individual or up to 5 minutes when representing a community association or a larger group. In all cases, please be brief and limit repetitive comments. Those of you who are joining us virtually, please be ready to go when it's your turn to speak. Have your video camera turned on and your screen name correctly displayed. This helps us make sure we get your testimony for the record. So as we get started, I ask staff to provide any additional ground rules and instructions as we conduct this meeting. Sarah?
Thank you. I will describe the testimony procedures for our hybrid meeting today. First, for those joining us online, please know that there are 2 categories of people participating in the meeting: attendees and panelists. Right now, the only panelists are the commission members and city staff. If you are an applicant or a member of the public who would like to testify regarding a case, please use the raise hand function when the case is announced to let staff know you would like to speak. There is a ribbon at the bottom of your Zoom screen with a hand icon. Please click this to raise your hand to request to speak on a case. You will need to accept a promotion to panelist in order to speak. It may appear temporarily as if you have been disconnected, but don't panic, you will reconnect shortly. If you're calling in on a phone line, your screen name appears as your phone number. You can raise your hand to speak when the case is called by pressing star followed by the number 9. When you're promoted to panelist, the chair would like for you to turn on your camera so that the commission can see you when it is your time to speak. Your microphone needs to always be on mute unless you are giving testimony at the appropriate time. When you are called upon, you will be able to share your screen to display exhibits. The chat box is only for questions about the agenda. The merits of each case should not be discussed in the chat box. For those joining us today in person, applicants may be seated at the center desk when the case is announced. Members of the public who would like to speak may approach the microphone on the podium when the chair calls for public testimony. If you are in person, there is no need for you to be on the Zoom meeting as well. Joining the meeting in both manners causes a lot of unnecessary feedback and audio disruptions. Please be silent or mute all electronic devices and be quiet when entering and exiting the hearing room. The commission has established time limits for all testimony during the meeting. You'll be given 2 minutes to testify when speaking as an individual, or 5 minutes if you represent an organization such as a neighborhood association, HOA, CID, or business association. Those are all of our procedures.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and start with the consent agenda items or item.
The consent docket today has one item C1, case CD CPC 2025-155, a request to approve an MPD final plan for Woodhaven third plat in District MPD on about 20 acres, generally located north and west of Northwest 97th Street and North Coleraine Avenue. Staff recommends approval with conditions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commissioners regarding docket item C1? Okay, let's open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item C1, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
All right, we'll close public testimony. I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowley, move to approve docket item C1 with conditions.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Forbes,
Aye.
Hassick.
Aye.
Looks like the motion passes. All right, let's move on to our regular docketed items, beginning with those cases looking to continue to a future date.
Our continuances begin with docket item number 12, case CD CPC 2025-135, a request to approve a development plan serving in place of a special use permit to allow a religious assembly development in District R10 on about 43 acres generally located at 9600 Northeast Ranking Road. Staff recommends continuance without fee to November 19th. Docket item number 13 is case CD SUP 2025-22, a request to approve a special use permit for outdoor warehousing storage for commercial vehicle, equipment parking, and material storage in districts M1-5 and M3-5 on about 4.17 acres generally located at the terminus of East 78th Street, west of the Union Pacific Railroad, specifically located at 3901 East 78th Street. Staff recommends continuance without fee to November 19th. Docket item number 14 is case CD CPC 2025-151, a request to approve an amendment to the major street plan for the purpose of updating the plan. Staff recommends continuance without fee to November 19th. Docket item number 15 is case CD CPC 2025-111, request to approve a de-annexation of approximately 4.5 acres generally located at the northwest corner of Northeast 104th Street and North Church Road from the corporate limits of the city of Kansas City, Missouri, to permit subsequent annexation by the city of Liberty, Missouri. Staff recommends continuance without fee to February 4th. And docket item number 16 is case CD CPC 2025-152, amending Chapter 88, the Zoning and Development Code by enacting a new Section 88-559 Major Street Plan to outline the process, procedure, and establishing criteria for amending the Major Street Plan. Staff recommends continuance without fee to November 19th.
Just a question on docket item 14. Is that, when that comes through, is that like a full redo of the master plan, or is that
Full
just a
update of the major street plan.
couple things? So are they going to do that over just one meeting, or present it one and then think about it and come back to the second one?
They will, I believe that they are ready for you to consider it, and so they will be bringing it to you for your recommendation, and it will be up to you if you feel like you're ready to make that recommendation or not.
Okay. Okay. I guess the question for the commission, would you like to see that one maybe a little earlier than a couple of days before our meeting? If that's the case, or not? Is that possible or is that not?
Well, November 19th is your next meeting.
Right, I know, but I'm saying,
Oh, you
usually
want
we get
the-
the packet, like the Thursday
yes, we can-
before. Can
We
get
can
it
speak to Bailey about sending it out
a
to you.
few days
or-
prior to that, just.
I
a
know
little
that
bit of
they've
time?
got,
Okay. All right, thank you. Any other questions from the commissioners regarding continuance of docket items 12 through 16? All right, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody that would like to speak regarding the continuance of docket items 12, 13, 14, 15, or 16, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature.
there are no hands raised online.
All right, we'll close public testimony on that, and I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowell, I move to continue docket items 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16 as stated in the docket.
Second.
Motion and a second for continuance of those docketed items. Margaret, can you take roll call, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Forbes,
Aye.
Passick.
Aye.
All right, looks like that motion passes then. All right, back to docket item number 1, and we have a quorum on that, which is everybody here is on that? Yeah.
I think I'm the only one who's not on that, so
Yeah, so you can go back and get a cup of coffee. I
I'll see
guess.
you guys for docket item number 2.
Okay,
Docket item number 1 is case CD CPC 2025-78, amendments to Chapter 88, the Zoning and Development Code by amending the use tables in sections 88-120, 88-130, 88-140, adding section 88-353 to establish standards for large format uses, and adding section 88-339 to establish applicable standards for data centers, and amending section 88-800 to establish definitions for the proposed amendments to the Zoning and Development Code. The quorum rule doesn't apply to it.
oh, it doesn't? So you can come back? Okay. All right.
Good morning.
Ben.
I need help. Right, good morning. Jennifer Reinhardt, City Planning Staff.
Morning.
Brian Jackson, Wilson and Company.
We are here for case number 78, amending Chapter 88 for large format uses. And just a quick update, since this item was last heard at the October 1st public hearing, staff has clarified language of when these standards apply to large format uses, as well as how small data centers that are not large format uses are addressed. And I'll quickly go through in this presentation to summarize the major changes that are being proposed and refer to the specific sections of code in your packet. And then I've passed out additional public comments that were received regarding data centers. The purpose of these text amendments is to address a new development type in Kansas City, specifically large-scale industrial projects like distribution centers and data centers that are different than other industrial uses we see because they have a large building footprint and low employment density. Some range up to 2 million square feet in some cases. And our zoning code currently does not address large format uses, so this update provides a new definition to provide needed clarity to the public, developers, and staff to result in a clear review process where large format uses are not evaluated case by case. This update would apply to all new construction, including expansions, but previously approved plans would not need to follow the new standards unless there is a major change to what was previously approved. And so the new definition that we're proposing is when you look at the industrial uses, when there is a building footprint of over 500,000 continuous square feet, we're considering that a large format use. Part of this update reclassifies data centers as an industrial use. So looking at the existing communication service establishment definition, separating out data centers under the industrial use group and providing a distinct definition for data centers. And so data centers can be large format uses, but not always. So for the smaller data centers that aren't considered a large format use, for example, some that repurpose existing buildings in an urban context, this update would require that data centers not occupy more than 50% of the ground floor to encourage active uses with walk-in traffic. And this example shown is, you all may be familiar, 11th and Grand. And so we want to, when data centers are located in an urban context, to limit so they're not taking up the entire ground floor. And then it was brought up at the last meeting about the KC Star building, and I know there was a similar conversation. It was a little different because that's a UR district, but when these conversations come up with data centers in an urban context, we wanted to address that with this update. So for large format uses, which again are industrial buildings over 500,000 square feet, this code update addresses a lot of the public concerns that we've received about the impact on surrounding areas, specifically heavy truck traffic and noise and light pollution. So currently, water usage and energy consumption are outside the scope of this update, as they aren't currently addressed by Chapter 88, but we have heard many concerns specific to data centers for that. So when large format uses are located in close proximity to residential areas, the visual impact will be improved by flexible design standards that are organized as a menu of options that developers can select from. Other options, such as adding solar panels or planting additional trees, would reduce these design requirements. So again, when they are located in close proximity to residential areas, then we would have these building materials and architectural materials apply. And that's currently in the code to address the visual impact of these large scale buildings to those neighborhoods. So lastly, this update would require different buffer types from features such as truck loading bays and outdoor mechanical equipment when large format uses are adjacent to sensitive uses such as neighborhoods, schools, and parks. For example, if a large format use is next to a house, truck loading bays must be located 500 feet away and be screened by a berm and a fence. If a large format use is next to a college campus, truck loading bays must be located 250 feet away and be screened by either a berm or a fence. And if a large format use is next to another industrial building, these screening requirements would not apply. And again, this refers to that table in the code in your packet. And so just to help visualize 500 feet and why we're doing that from these undesirable features, it turns out that is about the size of a Walmart parking lot. So if you visualize, from the right of way to the entrance, that's roughly the size of 500 feet. So staff finds that's an appropriate distance when next to these residential areas for these types of features to require the setback and then the screening. And then quickly, just to illustrate hypothetically, we have, so when there's existing neighborhoods, 500 feet setback for those loading bays, have a couple of different options of how to site the building and where to locate it. And overall, staff believes these are reasonable standards that improve the quality of life for Kansas City residents without creating unbuildable lots. And so staff recommends approval, and this concludes our presentation.
Where do you see the biggest impact of these modifications to the standards?
Since the last public hearing or in general?
Yeah, I mean, where they're gonna affect, so mainly kind of north up in, Congress and Cookingham area, or is it just, where do you see a lot of this that's gonna take?
Yeah, so we've been seeing a lot in the Northland, like you said, but also in the South, so not exclusively up north. And again,
Okay, like Richards Grubauer area, or,
I apologize, I'm not sure where that
Yes, it's
is.
down there.
Okay,
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
all right, any questions from the commissioners?
Just more for staff and generally, some of the comments that I've been seeing is about like resource allocation, water supply, energy supply, and I guess for our information, are these real concerns? Number one. Number two, it's mentioned that energy bills are going up. I'm assuming to improve infrastructure. Would that not be on the data center to spend the money to improve the infrastructure for whatever they need for power wise, or is that actually being dispersed among the taxpayers?
So I know that that is a concern for data centers. We weren't addressing this in this because we were looking at starting with the zoning requirements. And again,
Okay.
that could be pursued elsewhere. But I know we, in our best practice report and looking at national examples or even peer cities of what people are doing, communities are dealing with that and figuring out ways. So we're aware of that, but that's, excluded from how we've currently put together these text amendments.
So I guess by approving this, we're not allowing anything. These things are going to be addressed separately. A lot of the concerns that are being had about utility and all that kind of stuff, right?
Could be, yes.
Could be, or
Passing this would not negate that. And so there are conversations happening that could be parallel. So moving forward with this would not make any other policy solutions or, prevent those from happening.
Yeah, those will be looked outside of the, planning zoning piece. That's not our look at this point in time.
okay.
We're focused on the land use. Go ahead.
Well, I
If-
mean, I think,
If
I
I
mean, I think
may,
they are
just
tied together.
yeah, and just a quick clarification because, this is looking at large format uses kind of as an umbrella. And so data centers are part of that. And so
Right.
we're moving forward with this and then, it could be another conversation.
I guess
separately.
my concern is that by doing this, we're making it essentially easier, right? Because we have an own designation for data centers, right? Right, so it makes it easier for that land use. So by allowing that without putting other items on there, it allows for like a window where we can allow this to happen without other infrastructure changes that's required on there. And that's my concern, is they are two separate things. We're talking about the land use, but you can't really talk about the land use, in my opinion, without talking about how that's affecting down the line. That's kind of what our whole job is. So I kind of think that those two should be running parallel. Yeah. Truly parallel, not, like, oh, this is happening over here and this is happening over here. They kind of have to.
I share your sentiment with the importance of understanding energy and water impact. I kind of, my reading of this isn't that it makes it easier to build a large format use actually. And so one of the things that I think I have a better understanding after this presentation and having seen it last time, but I am curious. So would you two say that all of the updates are fixing something that is not addressed otherwise? And so all of the setback requirements, everything that's in there, there's nothing now that is repetitive to something that already exists.
That's correct.
Okay. And so in that sense, I do think that it is making things more difficult to build while trying to identify some of the issues that have been brought up from past projects that we've seen. One of the pieces that I haven't fully grasped yet is allowing for data centers under 500,000 square feet in DC, DX, and you said B4 as well?
Yes.
So, Yeah, I guess I'd just like a little bit more thought or a little bit more understanding as to your all's thoughts about why that's the right amount. To me, 500,000 square feet seems like a really, really, really large amount of space in that context. Fully understand why it's different from other large format uses, but when I think about the building footprint or footplate of like this building, like 500,000 square feet is a lot of space in those areas.
So not all data centers are 500,000 square feet.
Sure.
So when a data center is smaller, we do have, like Jennifer gave the example of 11th and Grand, that is not 500,000 square feet. If it gets to 500,000 square feet, it would no longer be considered data center, it would be considered large format use. And the large format use standards would apply. Under that, we would consider it data center. And we do have very small data centers in town. They come in all sizes.
Yeah.
And so that's why in B4, in some of the D districts, they might be appropriate because they can sometimes be supportive of other uses, or somebody is running just a very small.
Yeah, my concern was that as I read it, it was that they will be allowed by right up to 500,000 square feet. So someone could come with a data center that's 450,000 square feet in a DCDX at B4 and be allowed by right, which then might not be, additive to that.
But there was additional requirements, right?
Right, there are other requirements, and they would still have to go through if they're that large, they would still go through a development plan process and come before you.
And they couldn't occupy a certain, what is it, half of the first floor plate. So there are other restrictions on the below 500,000 that aren't restricted on the above 500,000. They
Yeah,
have to
I
go by
mean,
us anyway.
in general, when we see things, a development plan, of something that's allowed by right, I think we try to see that project through unless it's really detrimental. And up to 500,000 just seems like a lot.
Yeah, I guess I would say I'm a little skeptical of having data centers in a DC zoning period. And I understand that there are existing ones, and I'm not suggesting that those need to dissipate, but new data centers being located in DCs, I'm a little skeptical of, because, downtown core is some of the, has the capability of having some of the most productive, economically productive uses. And I feel like data centers are not maximizing that. So I'm a little skeptical of just having that in that zoning at all.
So can I get you to clarify our example with the Kansas City Star Building? Because I thought you mentioned they were under a UR designation. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that for me?
Yeah, so going through the UR process would be separate from this. And so these wouldn't apply to UR zoned data center projects.
I'm
So it
gonna
would be,
put you on the spot.
Oh,
and
boy.
I'm sorry to do this,
Mhm.
but I need to know what the differences are. So what do they have to go through for the UR designation that they would have to go through if they were under this 500 square foot plan? What's the differences?
If they are in a standard, base zoning district, then a data center, let's say these standards were adopted, a data center, if it, depending on its size, may need to go through the development plan process. It may be a project plan. If it goes through a development plan process, they'll have to show on their site plan that they're meeting the proposed standards for data center, depending on which zoning district they're in. They also have to meet the regular standards for that zoning district about, the lot and building standards, parking, landscaping, signage. You would review that and make a recommendation to council. In the UR district, in the MPD districts as well, because they are able to establish some deviations to those standards. Sometimes, we're looking at something that's slightly different. We wouldn't otherwise approve, but they're establishing those standards that you all are reviewing and approving as part of their UR preliminary plan or their MPD preliminary plan. And then they're showing that they're meeting those standards as part of the review process. In the case of the Star Building, the printing press, Um, that amendment to their UR plan was to allow them to add that as a use. So they have a list of uses that's permitted in that building, and that includes communication services establishments. Because they were adding a data center as part of that building. And you all set a maximum square footage of what could be used for data center in that building as part of that UR plan update.
Mm-hmm.
Does that answer?
I mean, I would add, because it was a UR, it was kind of a specific bespoke à la
Mm.
carte system or plan where the applicant, along with city staff, along with the commission, et cetera, determined what made sense, as opposed to allowing by right up to 500,000 square feet of data center space, which I don't know if that would qualify as B4, DX, or DC prior to it being UR. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was.
I really couldn't say. It's been UR for quite a while.
Yeah, sure. But if it wasn't, that particular building, there are other buildings probably in a similar area of town that now by right could dedicate 500,000 square feet to a data center. The limitations would be half of the first floor, but that wouldn't limit, a 3-story building from being majority data center
Mhm.
and allowed by right.
So right now, if it was a special use permit, right, they could apply for a data center wherever they would want, right?
Yeah, so currently people would go through a UR or SUP, I would imagine.
Like in a B4, DC, or DX, it would be through SUP.
Let me look it up.
Because how many? I don't see an issue because an SUP would require them to come by us, right, to review, which would.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I mean, my first concern when we saw this last time was that we were adding something that was repetitive, and I appreciate that you all have made sure that that's not the case, because I don't want to add extra constraints. I like the ideas here about screening set and considering the neighboring context. I I don't see a huge problem with passing those types of changes, even in light of people's concerns about water and energy usage. I would say, though, in the same conversation, that in terms of us getting continuing education, one of the things that I think we absolutely should learn is, so that the next time we see a data center, especially a large data center, would be understanding from water services and someone who understands power grids, having a better understanding, in my very, very, very layman's understanding, as I understand it, there's a huge difference between some data centers that can be very water intensive and some data centers that aren't water intensive or that recycle water. And so it'd just be helpful for us to know, as we see the next application, which one is this and what is the impact and how is it affecting the city's current resources.
So Jennifer has it on the screen, but currently we allow data centers in all of the B and D districts and in District R80. It requires a special use permit if it's less than 40,000 square feet and requires a development plan for 40,000 square feet or more.
What was it for less than 40? Oh, there it is. Okay.
So the difference between permitted and special is how large it is. So special use is under 40,000 square feet
Yeah,
and more than 8,000 square feet. And development plan is required for more than 40.
I'm inclined to leave that as is.
Any other questions from the commissioners?
Yeah, what's one question? What mechanisms exist for neighborhoods input or appeal if the impacts are actually greater than anticipated?
After the project is built, or
Yeah, let's say they start going down the path and then they miscalculated something, like what's the process look like?
I know that, we get the input while prior to the plan being approved. And then I think after it is being built, it would be contacting, council members or voicing concerns for other solutions. But it would be, from the entitlement process approved and other
It
than
would
that.
depend on what is the impact. Like if it's a noise issue, then that would be through our development compliance process. And I will say sometimes those are very difficult. But if it's using more water than was anticipated,
Yeah.
that's an issue for water services.
Thank you.
So maybe as if planning staff receives those, we could coordinate with those other departments. That could be something to consider.
Jennifer, did you have a definition of data centers in your presentation?
I did.
Go back there for me.
Mhm.
Thank you.
And then before we move to public testimony, just in case we don't hear anything, in between the last time you all were here and today, did you all have any additional conversations with people who build these large format uses, and do you feel like there was agreement or positive movement?
Yeah, staff emailed and then had a conversation. So we shared this new draft with the changes prior to this. And so then got some comments back and had some feedback. I think generally the applicability language was appreciated, as well as some other clarifications. There is some potentially remaining differences of opinion with the setbacks, but we've had productive conversations since that last October meeting.
Great, thanks.
Anything else? Public testimony? All right, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 1, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
We do have hands raised online. And it looks like there's no one in the chamber. So the first person I'll call on is Katie Currid.
Okay.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yep. Good morning.
Okay, great. Good morning. Thank you for hearing public testimony. And thank you for creating a new zoning requirement around data centers. I do appreciate the fact that you guys are working on this and creating new zoning requirements around them. I share some concerns that were mentioned by the city council and in this meeting, specifically about smaller use data centers and what those look like. Personally, and just for background, I'm a Northland resident. We have a lot of data center projects going on up here. And so I'm getting increasingly concerned about primarily the energy usage that these data centers have and the impact on residents. It appears to me that there was some discussion here about residential ratepayer and the energy costs for residential ratepayers as a result of the building of new data centers. It appears to me that Evergy, I'm an Evergy customer, is passing a lot of that on to residential ratepayers. Our rates went up this year, I think 12%. I think to create more infrastructure because of the data center projects that are being proposed and built and approved. And so that is my main concern about the data center projects and the zoning requirements around them. I'm wondering if it's possible, and I don't know, like, I know there's some conversation about, okay, like, here's the zoning requirements, but can we have other things, other places in relation to what we're doing about data centers, specifically for ratepayers and protections there. I'm wondering if it's possible to create some environmental and economic impact studies. I'm highly concerned about residential ratepayers paying for the infrastructure needed to build these data centers. I'm also highly concerned about the power grid and whether Kansas City can withstand the amount of energy that these data centers use. And so I think that it would be really mindful to do like an energy use impact study, an environmental impact study about the water, and then an economic impact study to make sure that residential ratepayers are not having increasingly high energy bills, so these data centers can be built. That's going on a lot in the other part of the state with Ameren. 15,000 ratepayers had their energy shut off in September because of their increasing energy bills. I don't know what that looks like with Evergy customers or Platte Clay Electric customers, but it's a major concern that I have.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
Jim McClure.
Okay. Morning.
Morning, Commissioners. Jim McClure. My name, I work at Posanelli, and I'm hoping I can talk on a couple things, add a little bit of clarity related to the infrastructure impacts that were discussed both by the public as well as the commissioners here. I do think from an energy perspective that there is existing Missouri law that's overseen by the Missouri Public Service Commission that says for large load users, they're not supposed to unjustly or unreasonably raise the cost of other users. And that's part of what's looked at by the Missouri Public Service Commission as they do the rate adjustments. And so that's supposed to be taken into account. Those higher load users shouldn't be imposing and raising the rates on customers. But I understand that I am by no means an energy attorney, but that is some of what I've been able to hear as well. I do know that some of the other users, like high water users, closely work with water services on the amounts, the rates, and the impacts the development will have and the improvements that are needed throughout the city as a result of these uses. And so I think the code does do a good job as far as it can. And Water Services does a great job working with these developers to ensure that the capacity of the city is there necessary to serve them. And I think the Missouri code covers what can be done on a rate side for the energy perspective. I did want to address a couple other pieces that I think were mentioned by staff as it relates to the actual code that's being proposed today. One, what I brought forward previously to the last public meeting, I have a client who is an R80 zone property that currently would be able to have a data center go on it. It is a under 40,000 square foot or roughly there sized data center that's being proposed that has been unable to continue or really submit an application as a result of these ongoing changes due to the timing and speed. It ended up just being kind of unable to get an application through and secure their ability to use the property. I don't see any reason why.
Run out of time, Mr. McClure.
I apologize. I will try and step it up. If I've flagged this issue, and I think you
Do you
guys
have
as
anybody
well,
else on?
that we have that R80 zone property should be allowed to have a data center on it. We're allowed to have mining in R80 zone. I don't see why a small data center couldn't be less of an impact and less of a burden. I want to hit on a couple of.
Thank you. We're out of time. We're moving on here.
Could I have 2
Next.
seconds to address a few things that I think are very pertinent?
We've already run out of time. Thank you.
The next person is Layla. I don't have a last name.
Yes, it's Layla Zaidi. I live in the historic Northeast. I am a social worker by training and have been an advocate for many climate and environmental policies in the city, including being a major voice for the climate plan that was passed. And what saddens me is to see that the city's commitment to becoming truly, a climate forward city has been sitting on a shelf, in my opinion. And one of the big things that's part of that is that thousands of residents came forward saying that they want to live in a city where we are using less dirty energy uses that pollute our air, give our kids asthma, that make our roads less safe. And unfortunately, with every single data center that's built, companies like Evergy Inspire use that as a pretext to expand natural gas and expand coal and to renegade on any green energy commitments. We've already seen Evergy completely renegade on their commitments. We have seen them continue to open a coal plant in Kansas City. They're opening 4 natural gas plants, citing the huge demand in energy. And they use these data centers as an excuse to expand that. And I know that this commitment Commission wants to do right by the people of Kansas City, but the truth is we need much more independent investigation. And the logical thing to do in this situation is to actually put a complete moratorium on data centers until it can be completely studied independent of these companies by true scientists, like we have seen other cities do, like we've seen St. Louis do. And this is cuts across every issue, both in rural communities in Missouri and in cities. People don't want to see our beloved places get swallowed up by data centers that honestly don't create many jobs. They create maybe 10 permanent jobs, 10 to 40 permanent jobs max, much less for even smaller data centers, on top of raising our energy rates, on top of ruining a city that we love with our water. Like, we don't want this. And again, the City Planning Commission has a lot of power to make sure that we do right by the residents. Again, I'm really calling on you to go further, place a moratorium on building new data centers, and ask for independent investigations from energy use, from water use, before we approve any more of them. And I assure you there will be a lot
Okay.
of public opposition.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Those are all of the hands raised online.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony.
If you'd like to speak, you need to come to the microphone on the podium. If there's anyone else who would like to speak, you can come and line up so that we know who is here to speak.
Yeah,
on
otherwise
something.
I'm ready to close public testimony because we asked for people in the audience first and you didn't even come up.
Apologies.
So,
This is a particularly intimidating room. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak. I know that we're breaking process here a little bit. I want to speak to data centers, water, electricity, and
Okay.
density of employment.
just make it clear, we're looking at standards here to have in our regulations. We're not looking at, from this body, water use, sure, it has an impact, but that's other departments take care of that.
I
We're just
understand
looking
that.
at a land use type of thing. So go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just think like you mentioned, they're intrinsically linked, right? If you allow for land zoning, you allow for impact. They're
Yeah,
intrinsically
let me clarify a little bit before. So I was bringing that up to make it a point that those two need to be linked, but what we are looking at specifically here is restrictions essentially on that use and defining what the use is rather than not having defined at all. So I do think, but like the chair said, we are not addressing water right now, and we're not addressing electric right
Yeah,
now. We're addressing the use.
If I
Go
may
ahead, let
take
him
some
speak, and
time,
then we'll-
I want to state that I have a concern specifically about that.
Okay.
Because if you look at the type of software that we're putting in these places, they're grossly inefficient compared to software that we have today. So if you look at in some large language models, the amount of water that gets used in one query versus what like used to be Google 5 years ago, it's orders of magnitude larger, right? So what we're talking about here is by virtue of not regulating the water use and the power use at the same time that we do the zoning, what we're doing is indirectly incentivizing a financial arms race in the large language model and other so-called artificial intelligence products to go bigger versus get more efficient. What we're allowing for and creating space for is these systems that are basically just a fiscal arms race for larger data centers instead of better data centers in this country. And I'd just like to raise the concern that if we're doing this one conversation, like you mentioned earlier, and not also specifically having the other at the same time, that we're creating a space for irresponsible, limited resource use. My last concern is that I do raise concern about putting large data centers in population centers. I do not like or enjoy the idea of low employment density in high population density areas. I thank you for your time.
Okay. Can you tell me your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, of course. Sorry, David Nickerson. It's 425 Washington Street, Kansas City, Missouri, 64105, Unit
Thank you.
111. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Who's next?
Hello, Mackenzie Fulmer, 4230 Harrison Street, Kansas City, Missouri. Apologize for the misunderstanding on how this process works. This is my first time at one of these meetings, which should convey to you how important this topic is to me. I understand that this vote is not about the ecological impacts or the energy impacts today, though it does still ring true for me, and I'd like to echo some of Layla's statements that I would also advocate for a moratorium on this topic until independent research can be done in Kansas City. But I also would like to address the stipulations that were presented today in regards to specifically these being built close to neighborhoods. So we do know a lot about what has been going on health-wise to the citizens in Memphis, Tennessee, that live closest to the XAI data center, also known as the Colossus. And the closest proximity neighborhoods to that data center are 2.5 miles away, and they have still, in just 2 years, seen an insane uptick of lung-related afflictions and diseases, COPD, asthma, and others. So to say that, oh, we're going to create a berm and a Walmart parking lot in between neighborhoods is incredibly insufficient if we're going to build them at all and move forward with this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt Phillips, address 4321 Harrison as well. I live in the downtown area. I want to say, okay, fine, this isn't about water usage or energy usage. I think it's kind of, they do have to be looked together, even though it is a zoning issue. And even if we're not going to talk about that specifically, that presentation, this was my first time in here, by the way, but that was flown through. Like, I don't know hardly anything that was presented in there. Any of this information, like, I don't know how to access it, like it's not very transparent to the public. Like, if these things are going to be impacting us as much as they are, we're not Luddites, there's a reason why the public is opposing some of these things. And it's normally because they're not taxable. They don't really benefit our communities at all. And the people who are speaking up, even though it might not be a zoning issue, these issues go beyond just zoning and whatever. And this is the only place that we have to voice our opinion. So that's why we showed up. That's kind of all I have. But like, can we get some more information? Can we get some more transparency? What are the tax rates? Who's going to pay for the infrastructure for this? All that stuff. Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you. Anybody else from the crowd like to speak?
We do have one more hand raised online.
Okay.
It's the letter N, or two more hands. We'll start with the letter N. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Cool. My name's Nam. I live in Midtown Kansas City. I grew up in the North Kansas City area. 64108 is my current zip code. And I would just like the record to reflect that I'm appalled by the Planning Commission's intimidation tactics against public comment. People are trying to understand how things are being determined. And I just want to register the fact that there should be a moratorium added to data centers. Y'all have admitted that you don't know the full water impact, and I think that is reckless and harmful. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Erica Flores.
Hi, yes, my name is Erica Flores. I also live in the historic Northeast. My zip code is 64124. I am also wanting to raise comment about how this meeting has been run. I think it is your guys' duty to make this information accessible to the public and to welcome comment. Even if it's not specifically related to zoning, these issues cannot be separated as a zoning issue, as not related to water, as not related to electricity. They are all related. And as we've seen data centers that have been put in other cities across the country, they impact everything. Like, truly everything is impacted. People don't have running water in their homes anymore because of data centers. And so to come here and say that it's not about water, it's only about zoning, is actually extremely insulting, I think, to the public. And I would just like this commission to really consider what this lasting impact will have on Kansas City. We really need to do more research and understand for Kansas City what that is going to do to our residents before we take any type of action. And I think that we need to slow down and make sure that we know what those implications are. And so I would like to also advocate for a moratorium on these data centers until at least until research has been done. But truly, I think that this commission can also understand more deeply like why the public is so concerned about this and why, we have a lot of questions and concerns. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Anybody else?
We have no other hands raised online.
Okay, anybody else from the public like to speak? In the gallery, okay. So we are closing public testimony at this time. So a couple of things that I'd like just to clarify about access to information, this meeting, what it is, and how it's advertised, if you don't mind talking through that, just real quick.
So beginning with the public information, for this project in particular, we did have this as part of the city's speakeasy platform to provide people with an opportunity to see what was being proposed. Jennifer did keep that updated as the proposed amendments were revised based on public comment. That also gave people an opportunity to, I think at one point, respond to a survey. No, we didn't do a survey on this, but you could make comments about the project in general. We felt that that would be slightly more user-friendly than just looking at the docket. So that's why everything was posted on the Speakeasy platform. We did do public meetings over the summer when this project first came before you. We had an open house here in City Hall. We did a virtual open house as well. This is a project that you first heard in July. So that's why those meetings were held over the summer. When something moves to your docket, it is advertised in the Daily Record that we will be holding a public hearing. The docket is sent out via email. It's posted on our website. And that also gives people access to the staff report where we review the technical basis for the text amendments and then provide the red line showing the changes that are being proposed. This is the third public hearing that you've held on this topic, in addition to, I believe, one meeting where you just received an informational update.
Okay. Another question. The purpose of this before us today, what are we truly voting on?
We are voting on text amendments addressing the zoning requirements for data centers and for large format uses. Data centers, which may be large format uses, but not always. The goal here is to both establish new standards for large format uses as an umbrella category and to better clarify how we treat data centers, which are currently considered communication services establishments as a commercial use and allowed much more widely than perhaps the modern data center we might want to treat them. Because currently we do allow these in a residential district in addition to all of our commercial districts. We understand that there are evolving impacts as data centers become larger and more energy intense, and that this might not be the last thing that we need to do with respect to data centers, but we see this, at least city planning staff sees this as a first step to allow us to better address this use category than we do currently.
Okay, so the last question I have is, if there was to be a moratorium, what's that process and how does that get initiated? What should they, if they're advocating for a moratorium, where should they go?
The short answer would be city council. In general, staff does not initiate a moratorium on a particular use. I mean, to my knowledge, the last moratorium that was established was with regards to gas stations when we were looking at the new standards for those, and that was initiated by Councilmember Curls. So the place to go to initiate a moratorium would be to City Council to request them to do so. I will say that our communication services establishment use, which currently includes data centers, also includes, radio stations, TV stations. Like it's a broad use. Establishing a moratorium just on data centers today would require a moratorium on communication services establishments, at least if you were doing it in the zoning ordinance.
Yeah, so there's a process that they
Mhm.
could follow, but it really starts with contacting their local council member.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I add some clarification or question for clarification there? So if this were to pass today to redefine this, you are now defining a data center. Could they then put a moratorium on the specific new definition of the data center?
Council could do that, yes.
I guess, yeah, I'm going to add to your question. Are they adding a moratorium on the use, like the use that we would be voting on today, or the actual category of a data center? Does that make sense?
Basically, by us defining it, are we allowing them to do what they would want to do? Or what is being asked? Because right now you're saying,
It out.
yeah, separating out, because right now it's blocked in with a bunch of other things, right? So by us, but if this were to pass, it gives them an avenue to go directly to the data center.
Yes.
It,
I think
it
if
could
I
happen either
understand.
way. It's not
Yeah.
necessary.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
But, okay.
I actually do have another question, if I may. Is it
Sure.
still looking? So 'cause I was hearing the concerns about the impact studies. For the master development plan, is one of those conditions doing an impact study to see how that would affect the citizens and natural resources, stuff like that?
For an MPD,
Yeah, for any of these plans, like,
Yeah,
the
there's,
proposed text amendment would require a traffic impact study for all large format uses.
yes, but I meant for like the natural resources. That's what the concerns they're talking about.
That's not something we require. And that's not being proposed by this text amendment.
So I have a question on, the only thing I remember seeing was listing that they use some solar panels or solar portion for their energy. I didn't see anything addressing the other utilities. Are there any things in the other, what do you call it, sample or parallel cities that you looked at? Did they address anything on other utilities other than energy, electrical type energy?
Other cities or how we're addressing it in the,
I didn't see it in ours. And I'm wondering if that was because you didn't see it in some of your sample cities you researched. Did anybody address the other utilities other than electric power?
not the ones that we were looking at. Do you recall, Brian?
The biggest strategy places use is they have larger concurrency requirements in place, but that covers all uses.
Pull your mic a little bit.
Oh, sorry. What we saw in other places was like a state might establish concurrency requirements for development, meaning at the development process, they have to go through and say how much power is going to be used, how much water is going to be used, and that has to be verified through like the providers. But that's a larger, you can't do that for just one land use, and that'd be that's why it's outside the scope of this. Missouri doesn't have a concurrency requirement for development, like a state like Washington State might have.
I was thinking we had mentioned, or staff had mentioned that each plan does start off by going over the development plan process. And so I think that's what.
Yeah, that's where I was
What's his
thinking.
first name? Todd. I think that's what Todd was alluding to. If there is that ability, when you go through that process, to ask that applicant to do these different types of studies that the public is bringing up. And I think Sarah was saying that's not part of it now. Correct? Okay. So how do we address that then?
I think there are at least two potential answers to that question. I would say first, Water Services is involved in reviewing all of the development plans that come before you because they are another city department. We do not provide electricity. So we do not typically work with Evergy or any other electrical providers. You could certainly add a requirement to provide some other, study about the use of other energy. I will say, I don't know what we would do if the impact study said, there's an an impact, because I don't know that that's a reason for you to, recommend denial on some of these. As Brian said, another way that some jurisdictions address the provision of infrastructure is through an adequate public facilities ordinance or a concurrency requirement, where you identify how much excess capacity do we have, what's the demand being generated by this development application. And if there's not enough capacity to provide for that demand, then you either deny the application or require the applicant to, assist in the capital investment needed. We don't have a concurrency requirement today. That would be a separate project to take that on, that we would need some direction from the city council about in order to do that. So there is a mechanism to do that. It is not as simple as a text amendment.
I think our main concern is making sure that we educate the community on how the process works when it comes to those other utilities. Information and understanding is always important, and that's what I'm hearing today. People have not been able to access that because they're not staff. We know, for those of us that are more active in things, we know how to use the city's website and find this, what's the name of because I always mess up the name. You just mentioned, the speakeasy, to know to go look for speakeasies for different things that are coming through. But for today, that the things that we're hearing in person and in writing, they just want to know, how do they find out if those issues have been addressed? And you've addressed saying that water department will handle the water, but they didn't know that. So I think giving that information is what we're striving to make sure we cover today before we proceed on them understanding we're only looking at land use and not the utilities involved in that usage. So that's why I'm asking those questions to you. So thank you.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add, Jennifer?
No.
Okay. At this time, we'll close testimony then. Speak amongst the commission.
I think these are phenomenal concerns, and I appreciate everyone who came today to share their concerns. It's a really confusing process, not only in this room, and we're all lay people, but there are a lot of experts who are on Zoom from water services, from wastewater, land development, all these different places, because it is so specific, and navigating Compass Casey is difficult. All of the information is publicly available, but I mean, it's hard to find. It's a complicated thing. I think about how like a concert can come through town and it's your favorite artist, and you find out a month later, like, I didn't know they were in town. This is that, like, on steroids. It could be advertised like crazy by the city, and it could be something you care about and you just don't hear about it for one reason or another. And so I appreciate you all bringing these concerns forward. I think they're very valid concerns. In general, I really don't think moratoriums are effective and useful. They provide a short-term frustration for a lot of people, but they don't actually address the issues that are the pressing issues. I think likely, when we look at data centers as they have come to Kansas City, the region, and as they continue to come, we've got really, really, really large format ones that are going to have economic impact that would be very difficult for even a lot of citizens to stop. If you have someone from Silicon Valley coming in and telling our elected officials, we want to invest billions of dollars, that's going to be difficult, and the moratorium is not going to stop it. So I would not advise personally to go the moratorium route. And then if you look at the accumulation of many data centers that maybe don't have the political willpower or political capital of a huge Silicon Valley mega data center with a publicly traded name, that's where I think we as a city do have an obligation, and you might have more success figuring out, okay, what are the standards? And then once we have standards that need to apply to everyone, then those really big ones, it's difficult for an elected official to say, I'm going to break the rules because this is a really big publicly traded company. I want to treat them differently. So I think that all the concerns are valid. As our chair very appropriately said, we're tasked with a pretty narrow lane because it's difficult to consider all the things at play. And to your point, as much as if someone builds a house that's 4 stories and it's way too tall and it creates a huge shadow on the house next to them, that's a negative implication for a neighbor. The same is to be said if water dries up or if our electricity costs go really high and it's 2 miles away. So your point is well taken by me, at least, that these are things that are land use related. Based upon what's been brought, I think the applicant and staff have done a really good job of continuing to put something forth that actually, if you're in the job of building data centers, you don't like what comes forward because it's a little bit more specific. It requires more work. But that said, I think that your concerns are still very valid, and I hope that you all continue to push them. I personally, as a commissioner, would like to get more education from someone who can speak to energy use and then also water draw for projects like this. Again, I just know that there's a huge variety, and the next project that does come forth to us, I want a better sense of what type of project this is. I fully, wholeheartedly believe that approving this today does not make it, does not have any positive impact for, or does not make it more likely that a data center succeeds with the next project. And so that's why I'm going to be supportive of this. I think staff has done a really good job of considering a lot of community members' interests and needs and concerns as it comes to screening, setbacks, et cetera. So that's why I'm going to be supportive, but I hope that the people who showed up today will continue doing what they're doing, talk to their council members, and push for a greater understanding of the impacts of these data centers.
Anybody else have any comments?
I'd like to add one more thing to what Tyler had said for the community. As you see the projects come, stay involved with them. Follow the process, and when it comes before us, come. So you can talk about what you've seen, what you've heard, and what you understand and don't understand. So this is not the end. This is just the format for which we will use when we do start getting those types of projects. That's all I wanted to add.
And I actually need to add, the thing that I still want to discuss and figure out is the sub 500,000 format. That's something that I'm not comfortable with as it is now, because I do think that that's something that allows something by right that currently isn't allowed by right. I see everything else as creating a greater, tighter restriction or understanding. And so that's something where I would prefer we either strike it completely and leave the 40,000 metric that's there, or come up with something alternative.
Would a special use permit be something to consider?
I mean, that would be, I'd be much more comfortable with that.
I just want to point out that if you struck it completely, we are still allowed data centers in a residential district and in all of the B districts.
Just when I say that, sorry, because that's not what I mean. And if that's what I said, that's not my intent. What I am concerned about is allowing by right up to 500,000 square feet in a DC DX B4 zone. That's the part that I want addressed.
So not allowing by right, but by special use instead.
Yep.
I agree with that.
Is that an easy enough amendment to make on the spot?
You have so are you proposing an amendment to what's before you to make it a special use in the districts where we are currently showing it as permitted?
Yeah, right, where the line where it would say permitted by right, strike and do by special use permit.
And this is only for the things that don't classify as large format because they're under
Right.
500. Yeah.
So in the 100 series amendments where we show the use tables, the line for data center, instead of P for permitted use, make that an S, special use.
Correct.
But just to clarify, in the manufacturing districts, they would still be P.
That's fine. Yeah.
Yes, I think that's clear enough that we
Yep.
could make that an amendment.
Can you show that by chance, just so everybody can see what, talking about where you're going to add that? Do you have that slide by chance?
I do, and I will. Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. So B4 DC DX change P to S and have that reflected in the use tables in the 100 series.
Are you good with that? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Any other comments from the commission? All right, let's take a motion, please.
Chair Crowell, I move to approve docket item C1 and amending,
Just docket item 1.
oh, sorry, thank you. Chair Crowell, I move to approve docket item number 1, amending the use table in the 100 series, amending it to requiring a special use permit in zones B4, DC, and DX.
Yeah, just a question before on that. I mean, as you know, if it's a special use permit, it goes us, then it goes to BZA. It doesn't have any council onto that. Is that also your intention?
Wish you would have spoke up 2 minutes ago.
That's why it's not a full vote yet, but I just thought of that. So
That's a good thought. I don't know. We should consider if that makes sense. I mean, 500 is just it. Yeah, a lot. We need something. It's still better that it goes through here and BZA than just is allowed by right, even with the
Yeah, okay.
development plan.
I got what you're saying. Okay.
Okay. Then I'll second that.
So I got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 1 with the change to the use table by adding under data centers instead of being for B4 DC DX to be a special use permit.
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Forbes,
Nay.
Bassett.
Aye.
All right, looks like that passes then 5-1. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 5. Okay, thank you. Let's move on to docket item number 2 then.
Docket item number 2 is case CD CPC 2025-143, a request to approve zoning text amendments to section 88-420, parking and loading.
Hello again, Jennifer Reinhardt, city planning staff.
Brian Jackson, Wilson and Company.
Oh, we did have additional testimony. So this item before you today, case number 143 for changes to section or chapter 88-420, parking and loading. And this is the first time this item is before you. We did a brief informational session earlier. So I'll quickly start. Part of the city's new comprehensive plan, the Casey Spirit Playbook that was recently adopted in April 2023. During that, one of the most commonly discussed items during public engagement was parking. And there were a wide range of community conversations about how to best support walkable neighborhoods, how to reduce the number of historic buildings demolished for parking lots, how to reduce the amount of impervious pavement and heat islands, and also how to repurpose underutilized parking areas for more productive uses. And then also quickly, parking is one of the more common variance requests. And so part of this project, which is to regularly evaluate our development code and recommend updates and improvements, we are looking at off-street parking, and that is looking at parking spaces provided within lots or garages, not curbside. And so we are joined today by Public Works staff who can be available to answer questions about on-street related parking, such as Commissioner Arkin, you brought up residential permits at the last October 15th meeting. And so we do have someone from Public Works. But for this purpose, this presentation is again off-street. And I'll turn it over to Brian, and he'll go through an overview of this project, including the community engagement, research into national best practices, and then more details of our customized approach to Kansas City.
Great. Thanks, Jennifer. Good morning. Thanks for having me here today. I'm excited to share this with you at this time. First off, you have the next slide for me, please. I want to cover why we're doing this. I was fortunate to work at the city when the Casey Spirit Playbook was being done. And I remember reading the early comments and engagement. A lot of it came down to parking and housing. So it's something that impacts every project, every neighborhood, every part of the city. And really the thing we have with the city is we have rural, we have suburban areas, we have downtown, but we only have one parking code. And we know the parking needs in each of those places is very different. So the goal of this is to kind of right-size parking and have a little bit of context and sensitivity to it. The graphic on the screen here, if you've seen that before, all the red in that picture is parking here in the downtown loop, which some account for, say, 30% of the downtown loop is parking, just to kind of
It is
show
not
you.
advanced.
Is this going up online? I was kind of curious about that.
I
We're
believe
on
I'm
the-
sharing it.
We're on the
online.
first screen.
So
Alec, can we get some technical assistance?
Okay.
wait.
Do it
Yeah,
again.
it's supposed should show
We
up on
will
both.
do it again.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
that image on the screen.
There we go.
By all accounts, that's about 30% of the downtown loop. It kind of accounts for parking in some fashion, and that's not on-street parking, that's off-street as well. So if you go to the next slide, please. Is it? There we go. So the first thing we did was review, of course, the Casey Spirit Playbook to see what kind of recommendations revolved around parking. These 3 bullets here, reducing excessive parking, encouraging alternative transportation, and allowing for more transit-oriented development were the biggest takeaways from the plan. On the right, you can kind of see the number of recommendations by each recommendation type, so concepts, objectives, actions, and measures of success right there. The next one. Next, we wanted to look at what other communities are doing to regulate parking, and this involved looking at communities large and small, peer cities, local ones, places on the coast as well. Everything from Minneapolis to Overland Park was included in that study. And really the big takeaways were they have communities that want to provide amenities for excess parking. A lot of them have reduced their parking standards, some to 0, some just vastly reducing it. And then also noticing that our bike parking requirements were not really up to best practices at the moment as well. After that, we had a discussion with city staff to kind of figure out what their biggest day-to-day approval headaches are. What are they seeing a lot of variances for? And out of that conversation came 4 real takeaways. One is the change of use. If you're familiar with some new businesses in the area, if you were, say, a office space and you left and now a restaurant's coming in, that new business has to provide parking at the current rate. So in some instances, like with Cosmo Burger in the Crossroads, they weren't aware of that. They had to go through a 2-month process to get a variance to allow the parking stay there. So if you're a small business owner, that's 2 months of time, that's extra costs. And if you can't find space for parking, that's a real hindrance. The other ones I mentioned before is the parking ratios. We have rural, suburban, downtown. We have one set of parking ratios for all those areas, and it doesn't really make sense. And to the city's credit, in the past, they have tried to find ways to augment that with exception areas. You can kind of see on the map there, all those little dots and areas. Those are places where there's some level of parking reduction or exemption. The issue with those, of course, is that they're all in one place. They can be confusing, and a lot of times they actually overlap. And sometimes they only apply to like the first 4,000 square feet of a use, and sometimes it's only a one use specific, like commercial. The other things were alternative parking. Looking at the city's current approach to it, it's hard to understand, it's confusing, it needs to be simplified, and people just aren't taking advantage of it as well. And lastly, bicycle parking. Looking at those requirements currently, they were written about 10 to 14 years ago. And at the time, they were really revolutionary and kind of forward thinking, but there's been a lot of updates since then. So it's a good chance to bring those in line with what other communities are doing and reduce the number of special variance requests associated with it. In addition to that, we didn't just talk to staff. We also went out to the community and talked to those who thought would be most affected by this. This is groups from the Northland to the Southland. Some of these were multiple interactions, everything from the Downtown Neighborhood Association to Bike Walk KC advocates, neighborhoods, the CID Alliance, Midtown KC Now, Downtown Council. And again, some of these were early on when we were kind of doing best practice research, thinking about concepts. And then after we had these draft regulations, going back and getting feedback on those changes.
And real quickly, we also worked with neighborhood department staff to give notifications to neighborhood associations about these updates.
And with those conversations going on, we also went to Speakeasy, had a community survey on there that was tailored for residents, business owners, and just people who might be visitors to Kansas City. Got about 85 responses from that, with the vast majority of them coming from the highlighted areas right there on the map. That's mostly your kind of downtown, midtown area. Those places most affected by parking. Really, we had 64111 and 64108 were the biggest respondents. And what we heard from that was really kind of universally, there's a recognition that we have an oversupply of surface parking. We have way more than we need. Parking challenges are location specific, and I would add that they are also event specific. A lot of times the biggest issues were around First Friday, if there's a big concert in town, or like at the Chapel Roan concert. The majority of people do not experience parking issues in their neighborhoods. And when I say the majority, it's not just 51%, it was something like 75% of respondents just do not have a problem finding parking in their neighborhood. Parking minimums are a barrier to redevelopment. We had several business owners say they have not expanded or developed because of the parking minimums. This second to last bullet is kind of not really related to the scope of this, but we heard a lot about it. It's safety, signage, and payment. A lot of that revolved around confusion about parking garages, whether they were publicly, they could park in there, what the cost was. And finally, there's a lot of interest in like shared parking and centralized parking strategies. So if you have extra parking, why can't I lease some of that to somebody and make better use of it? So this is kind of a summary about what's changing. On the left, you have our current requirements, and on the right are the proposed changes. Right now, we have one set of parking ratios. The new changes would be there'd be no minimums in an area we're calling the urban core, which we'll get that in the next slide. Right now, there are 16 different areas that have some level of parking exemption or reduction. A lot of those would go away because they'd be within the urban core boundaries. So it would actually simplify the code for applicants going forward. There are no maximums to the amount of parking you can build. That's a totally by right item. This would establish maximum citywide. Doesn't mean you can't go above that. It just means that if you needed more parking, you need to offset it through some type of site development, that be sidewalks, crosswalks, traffic calming, landscaping, things like that. There's a lot of complicated alternatives right now in the code. We tried to simplify those and added an extra option to kind of also help people where minimums still may be required. The bike parking requirements were kind of antiquated. This one actually is going to move to adopt it by best practice. So as standards change, this will update automatically and staff won't have to go back and revisit it regularly. And additionally, the current code has 18 sections. We've combined some of those items, kind of simplified text, cut it down to 7 different sections. That doesn't mean we removed those items. We've mostly just rearranged it to group like items together. So if you're looking for ratios and design, those things are all organized by the topic. For a little more specificity on the minimums, removing parking minimums for the urban core is what we're doing in this slide here. The urban core, for our definition of it, is everything from the Missouri River down to 85th Street, from State Line over to the Blue River. If you're looking at this, it's pretty similar to what the 1947 boundaries are for Kansas City. This does several things. It really solves a lot of the change of use issues because the majority of those are going to happen in the urban core. It also aligns with the KC Spirit Playbook goals and should reduce the number of variances we're seeing as well. And parking maximums. We mentioned we're going to establish parking maximums as part of this citywide. We put this graphic together to kind of illustrate what that looks like. So if the orange box is a new building or new business, then the green area would be basically what the maximum allowed of parking could be that they'd be allowed by code. They decide we can't do that, we need more parking to service our customers. That's shown in the pink there. So to build it, they can provide things like additional landscaping, enhanced pedestrian access from the parking lot to the building, traffic calming, additional bike parking. There's a whole menu of options for them to offset it so they can be as creative and flexible as needed for the site and usage. This next one, I know it's going to be impossible to read. We want to kind of show on the left is the current sections in the code. On the right is kind of where they're going to migrate to. Almost all of them kind of are combining, like going from one place to another. Some where there was 2 topics that kind of got split or kind of outlined in there as well.
And in your docket, you have a summary of the changes and what went where and what changes were made.
Yes. And then change of use. This is the other kind of simplification idea we had. So in places really thinking about like North Oak and Martin City that are outside the urban core where the lots are a little bit shallower, they're more developed. As change of use occurs, it might be harder to accommodate parking minimums. So a couple items are going to help alleviate that. The biggest barrier is for restaurants and bars. The standard for those is extremely high, and it's very hard to find parking in areas that are already built out. This would reduce those minimums, and then also allow businesses to count any on-street parking spaces towards any other mediums that might remain.
And on-street parking not in residential areas.
Not in residential areas. Then of course, bike parking. One of the early conversations actually from LFUs was that, the bike ratio for industrial uses and campuses is very high. So they're almost always getting a variance for it in the approval process, meaning we're not getting the goals of bike parking met anyway. So we adjusted the ratios, and then now we would adopt the standards from the APBP set of regulations. And as those evolve and change, the code evolve and change with those, not requiring additional approvals. The other code changes, this is the formula staff could use to kind of count on-street spaces and applicants. I know it's going to be hard to read on the slide, but we did make sure we thought about how to actually quantify those items. We also removed a lot of redundancies, so times that we repeated refer to this, or as done in, we kind of removed it so it's a single reference point. We also removed the minimums for bars and restaurants outside the urban core. And that concludes our presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commissioners?
Yes.
Right ahead.
That last slide you did for on-street parking, how is that determined when you have several businesses in that block?
They can all count the spaces, but they don't make them claim a spot for it. So it's the Kansas City, Kansas has a similar policy for theirs. So any space within 150 feet of each corner of your lot can count towards your minimum. You don't have to say, I got these 4, then the other business has these 4. They can all count them.
All right.
And the face is the look was on my face, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, but wait a minute. I'm a customer coming and you've got 4 or 5 bars and restaurants. I still can't find parking.
You could still look for other on-street parking. They might have a parking lot as well. They might have other places to park. It's the same thing as going probably to like the crossroads, essentially.
Well, that's exactly where I am, but I'm east of Oak.
Mm.
I think that's Oak, yeah.
You can ride your bike.
No. I'm not comfortable with that part,
With the on-street parking component of it.
on how a business can come and we're saying we've got all of this on-street parking, but you've got competition from all the other businesses. So everybody is at a disadvantage because you don't know how you can determine people can come to you because everybody's using the same space. And there's no time limits on those spaces?
That'd be up to the on-street parking regulations. So those could still
That's
exist.
public
They
works.
could still put 2-hour limits or meter those items. And right now, that's kind of similar to how things work in Martin City. None of those on-street spaces are accounted for particular businesses. Anybody can use those as they wish. And the business can still provide off-street parking if they'd like to.
And this is, just to be clear, this is just in the urban core, correct?
This would be outside the urban core because the urban core would have no parking minimums in it.
It
But-
looked like it's a big map that you showed from the Missouri
Where,
River.
yeah,
the
where would
river.
where would
Yeah.
all of this be applicable?
Mostly North Oak and Martin City are the 2 examples we thought of that would be outside the urban core where on-street parking would still remain, where you have a lot of change of use issues with like shallower lots for businesses.
It's the green.
No, there's the whole city. Oh, yeah, but the teal squiggle, so the rivers to state line.
Mhm. So within there, there's just no parking minimums. They don't have to worry about counting spaces on street or off street.
Yeah, I mean, from the
Big
standpoint of a retailer who's, gone through a lot of this stuff, I appreciate the idea of this. I mean, what happens is you get someone who, the example you gave, there's someone opening up in the crossroads. They don't understand that they need to have parking, and therefore it causes a 2-month delay. The opposite scenario is they aren't required to have parking, and then all of a sudden they open up at a place that they shouldn't have opened up because they are unsuccessful. In general, I'd rather let the city let me make my own mistakes as a retailer and not tell me how I need to do it. In certain areas, if you have a development that's owned by a single landlord, they should merchandise the space such that you have a breakfast place and a restaurant that's a dinner place and a lunch place. And if you have a space where parking is tough, then maybe you go for dry cleaning because people are in and out, or you go for a dentist office because you only take up 7 spots at a time or something, as opposed to other uses that require more traffic. The areas where you run into issues are areas that have a lot of individually owned properties, and so it's not someone who owns all the properties in the area. And individuals then sometimes make mistakes. You could sign a lease at the same time someone else buys a building, and then all three of you are opening up an ice cream shop in the same 6 months. But I would rather personally have business owners able to make those decisions on their own and make their own mistakes and learn from their own mistakes, as opposed to trying to jump through specific set requirements.
I agree with that, but I also think that this is, and I agree with the plan here with the caveat of public transport, right? And I think that and I know that that's not something we're talking about with this, but that is a whole, I mean, the whole point is the city's growing, right? In this way, and public transport is going to be a key to being successful without having as much parking. While in that main corridor or where we have the new streetcar and all those things, it makes sense to me to have this far out there where you have one bus line that runs out. And, that's where I'm concerned with now. I do agree with you that it's kind of the business owner to kind of learn those.
And we've seen plenty of projects where, they've had to be creative about finding a parking lot because they knew, well, on wedding day, they're not going to be okay if we don't have enough spots. So we have this contract with this group over here. We need to use their parking lot. And I think, we've got to understand that a lot of entrepreneurs and business owners are resilient and smart, and they'll come up with solutions and, won't get themselves into trouble. And if they do, it shouldn't be the city who's fixing it for them.
And I mean, I agree with that. I just also think that with this development, there should also be parallel with that, running some conversation about our public transport and where that is and how that's going to infill in those areas down the line.
For some perspective, it might be helpful. The boundary you're seeing here, there's like a small dashed black line on that map just outside of it. That is one of the infill areas for the city. So right now, if you build less than 8 units in that area, you're not required to provide parking. So we kind of already have some of those standards in place. Portions of downtown don't have parking minimums either. So this doesn't too much of it just kind of standardizes it more than anything else.
Yeah.
Can you talk to us about the maximums?
Mm-hmm. What would you like to know?
I kind of need a tangible example because I'm trying to think of different businesses that require, so not that I'm a huge fan of national chains, but a lot of national chains have requirements that they need a certain number of parking spots. And what I wouldn't want is a neighborhood to be excited about a potential restaurant coming in, and that restaurant just can't come because they aren't able to build out enough parking spots or something of that nature. So I'm wondering if you can help me understand, because I'm not familiar with this part of the code and didn't do my homework ahead of time. A couple examples of, how parking max, like the relative number of parking spots for different uses.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good question. There's 2 standards, of course. One within the urban core has reduced maximums just because that's typically where you have smaller lots. But let's say you were going to open a gas station in the Northland, you could build outside the urban core, the maximum would be 2 spaces per pump. So if you have 20 pumps, you could build up to 40 parking spaces at that location. If you need more, you decide I need 45 parking spaces just because I know we get a lot of walk-in traffic, whatever it is. You would need to offset those 5 spaces through some type of improvement. And that could be like a couple bike racks. It could be additional landscaping. It could be things like moving the parking to the back of the building actually would help account for some of those items for all those spaces. Bicycle parking racks, charging stations, carpool designated spaces, sidewalk improvements, EV charging stations. There's a whole litany of menu options.
how
that
about-
help
I
with
was going to say, can I get clarification? Because I think I understand it, but correct me if I'm wrong here, that if you go a certain number, like each space has a certain point that you have to reach. So like if you go 10 spaces over, you're required to have
10
5
points.
points, right? And I would assume Okay, I'm just making numbers up here, but yeah. And I'm assuming that each of those items, say like landscaping might be worth more points than like a bike rack, for example. And so I'm assuming, yeah, you'd have to, as you go over that maximum, that you have to accumulate more points as a offset.
Correct.
And so, I mean, this is a pretty hefty chart. So I'm looking at the attachment, you know, with the different maximums. Does city staff have any anecdotal, you know, commentary they can add about when people are hitting the maximums, whether it's hospitals or lodging or business or?
I don't know that there's one particular use that's more likely to, you know, hit these maximums. One project that comes to mind is you all approved a development plan in the Northland um, last winter, spring, where it was several lots. One of the lots in particular was providing 7 times as much parking as we required. And we spoke to the developer about, you know, can you reduce that? I mean, it's a, you know, they did not have a tenant for the lot, so it was like, I think it being calculated as general retail. We're like, this is 7 times as much parking as we require as a lot. We would prefer that to be, you know, not paved. And they didn't want to reduce it. And we had no way to require them to offset that with anything. So really, it's about, you know, as Brian and Jennifer said, it's about trying to right size our parking, but also where someone really just wants to have a lot of parking, trying to offset that with amenities, because for the most part, parking is not, it's not pretty. It's, you know, it's hard to maintain. In the future, it's more likely to look, you know, run down. So we just want that to be offset a little bit.
And so then if someone needs more parking,
Mhm.
uh, is the process then going through this process, it's a by right type uh, plan, or is it something where they're asking for a variance?
No, this would be something we would review when we reviewed the development plan, project plan, whatever other process they're going through. So presumably it could be by right. I want to provide 10 more parking spaces than the parking maximum, but I'm offsetting it with 10 points with amenities, as Brian said.
Okay.
Staff review says, yes, check. You know, it's just going along as part of your development plan and not necessarily a variance.
Okay, thanks.
Just one clarification, your parking max is still going off of, not, wouldn't be off of square footage, it'd be off of use group. So if it's a restaurant, it's about the occupants for that restaurant, correct?
It still goes up the use groups. Some use groups do go by square footage though.
Okay. Right.
So it's whatever it
It's by use
typically
group,
is.
okay. That's what, yeah, that's what I meant. Okay, thank you.
Anybody else?
I'm toying with the current project. It came before us for the parking garage, hotel, and expansion of the baseball museum. I recall that project. So at that time, we did have parking requirements. So if that plan had come through later, what kind of parking would we look at for them to have?
If it's within that boundary, they would have.
18th and Vine.
Yeah.
18%.
They wouldn't have a minimum they could do, so they could be, they're flexible. They could set the amount that they think they need for that project.
Same for the maximum, they could set the maximum.
The maximum will be be set by the use. Then they could, if they need more, then they could offset it through the point system.
Okay. Because our map is showing our density is on the west side of town. I'm thinking of that this new proposal would be good for development coming eastward. But I'm still aware of the impact of the area that's already built. My first example of Crossroads. I think I have a problem with Westport. I was trying to think of where else we hear more issues with parking. That's all. I just was trying to think through the process.
Okay. Anybody else? Let's open it up for public testimony then. If anybody out there would like to speak regarding docket item number 2, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
Amelia McIntyre, 4545 Warnell, speaking on behalf of the Plaza Westport Neighborhood Association. We're asking that the City Planning Commission hold the text amendments related to parking proposed in Section 88420. We request that City Planning engage in more meaningful public engagement with impacted residential neighborhoods in what staff is defining as the urban core. The proposed text amendment creates an urban core, as you've been advised, from State Line, 85th Street on the south, Blue River on the east, and the Missouri River on the north. Those residential areas include Midtown, Westport, and the Plaza, which have already been significantly impacted by development, and the proposed amendments would increase that intensity of negative impact. There has not been meaningful in-person public engagement on this revision. And that is true. I think that you're going to hear from other Midtown neighborhoods where they were feeling like they were ignored and did not get the notices from neighborhood services. We've experienced significant impact from development over the past 15 years. We have tried to work constructively with developers. Under the proposed text amendments, developments in the core would not have minimum off-street parking requirements, which potentially very negative to existing residents. We keep wanting to attract more residents and are ignoring the existing residents, and you're going to start losing population from those concerns. Allowing the counting of on-street parking spaces within the non-residential zoned areas impacts those areas where they encroach into and abut residential areas. We have a specific example, and Matt Muckenthaler was asked to advise on this in early October, and a response has not been forthcoming to Buddy Jones, otherwise known as the Cascade across the street on Warnell has blocked off on-street parking, and we're asking why, how. There were no permits at the time of that request. We understand that Hyde Park is also opposing the new language of 88-420-03A3, and we concur that the provision should be put in place to allow for some common ground here, such as a traffic parking study provided by a third party to the development team when no off-street parking is being proposed within a given development plan. We agreed to reduction of minimum parking requirements for urban core development is necessary with certain conditions, such as adaptive reuse of historic structures. But I and others felt that the provisions in place as proximity to transit lines already provide this relief. We want to make our city more walkable, but these changes may not be actually addressing that policy. Focusing on existing sidewalk repairs and making intersections more transversable would better serve achieving a more walkable city. We ask that you hold this and allow for meaningful public engagement of the most impacted neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
We do have Chris Koch online from Hyde Park.
Okay.
Thank you, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Appreciate it. Chris Koch speaking on behalf of Hyde Park Neighborhood Association as the association president. While Hyde Park generally supports reduction of parking requirements for urban contexts, we do feel the complete elimination of off-street parking requirements for new developments within the urban core is not the answer and should not be a blanket cover across our historic and diverse neighborhoods. We do agree with the survey feedback that was presented. The challenges are location specific, and I would encourage this commission and others to observe what exists right now on Armour Boulevard. Take a look during the evenings, discuss these challenges with our residents that they face daily. These are homeowners and renters alike. These aren't hypothetical situations. This is real life, and it's already negatively impacting the quality of life for Midtown residents. Some of these quality of life challenges could include debating whether or not to leave your house during the evening to go get dinner for fear of not finding parking when you return, or the anxiety that you can't even invite friends or family over for holidays or other events because there literally isn't anywhere to park for several blocks. Residents along or near Armour are already walking over 750 feet away. This isn't a hypothetical situation. Again, these are real numbers. 750 feet at night to walk to their apartment. And this is happening during all seasons. So even during the winter, this is an impact for both residents, residents, renters, and business owners in this high density area. Churches and businesses in this area are already maxed out on subletting parking spaces to apartment dwellers because many of these landlords that have adaptively reused the historic buildings haven't provided enough or any off-street parking as currently allowed. And so while this is a burden the neighborhood carries for having these once large vacant apartment buildings revitalized and fully occupied, which we are still fully supportive of, this isn't something that our entire neighborhood or entire urban core should be subjected to under the belief that this density makes Kansas City more walkable. However, Hyde Park does support this increased density goals and developments in Midtown, but density at any cost isn't necessarily responsible density. A recent example I'd like to bring up is Hyde Park support for the proposal at Linwood and Troost that was before you a couple months back. We worked with this developer for several months to get the right balance here, and we even went as far as suggesting to reduce the number of off-street parking that was proposed. However, in that situation, the developer indicated their understanding for their clients and the parking is a necessity in Kansas City, not an amenity. And this is something that most responsible and seasoned developers in town understand. We do feel that provisions are in place, like Ms. McIntyre mentioned, that help reduce off-street parking for developments with certain proximity to transit lines. And we do agree with staff's proposal for revised requirements for adaptive reuse, change of occupancies, and grandfathering existing conditions. We think that additional considerations could be made to require a third-party consultant, like Ms. McIntyre mentioned, to provide parking and traffic studies that would indicate a lack of a need for off-street parking should that be proposed. But we don't feel that that's a blanket policy that should be addressed across the entire urban core. So that we ask at this view at this time is that if these amendments proceed, that the text in section 88-420-03A, Article 3 be removed, which was specifically that exemption from the urban core developments for the off-street parking requirements be removed, and that we rely more on contextually appropriate or localized concessions for developers instead of making blanket sweeps across the city. I would like to offer my apology for not providing this testimony to the city staff in advance of this hearing. I like a lot of people, October just was chaotic, but we are fully committed to engage in further dialogue with city planners moving forward. I thank you for your time and consideration.
All right, thank you. Who's next?
The only hand we had raised online.
Okay. I guess we'll close public testimony then. With that, anything else to add in discussion with that? Sounds like some folks want to have more direct dialogue about the parking standards, especially with the impact that could have on the neighborhoods or will have on the neighborhoods. Possible?
I do think we had a significant amount of engagement and opportunities for people to provide feedback. As someone who lives in one of these affected neighborhoods, I can attest that firsthand. I live off 39th Street. We deal with KU Mid traffic. We deal with 39th Street. It's part of living in a successful area. It's kind of a good problem to have that people want to be in my neighborhood, and something I've adapted to over time. We have not heard any negative feedback from survey respondents. The majority of comments in the draft code online are from people supportive of this very reduction in minimum. And I believe we did reach out to these neighborhoods for engagement during the process, if that's correct.
We did.
Yes. So there was an opportunity directly trying to contact them and get feedback early on, but that was just, we didn't hear back from it.
So did I hear though that you gave that information to neighborhood services to do?
So we worked through, the neighborhoods department does a monthly newsletter, so we made sure that this item was in it. But we also, with city planning, we have district planners, and so we tried to get the word out to neighborhood associations, as well as during our summer, we really tried, in addition to online engagement, but to do in-person meetings. And so we did one in the Northland, and then in the downtown core, and then in South KC. So between trying to straddle, the different regions, but then having the email or the other electronic communication, we did try to get the word out as best as we could, and either direct people to Speakeasy to leave comments and learn more information about the project, or contact staff directly to request. I know that some of our district planners attended some neighborhood meetings at the request to talk about this more. So we did a lot, but we did not do it all.
We also had a virtual open house and in-person open house as well to go over the recommendations after they were proposed.
So I appreciate all that you have done, but looking at your numbers, I'm not comfortable. That's a large segment, and you only had 85 responses. Not comfortable with that.
Yeah. Anybody else have any comments?
I have comments.
Okay.
Why?
You want to start?
Yeah, so I am supportive of this. I like it. I appreciate looking at the urban core as different from the rest of the city. Much as I was saying about businesses, I I understand people don't want to be walking 750 feet to their apartment. My hope is that people, one of the things that the chair always says is Kansas City, there's something for everyone, wherever you want to live, whatever type of environment you want. And so if you want to live in a place that's really dense and you don't want to have a car, you can do that. And if you want to find a place that has parking with your apartment, you can do that too. I think it's right to let the market figure out what parking should be as opposed to the city figuring out what parking should be. With that, as I look at, oh, and also I hate the idea of adding third-party studies or parking studies. If you're trying to open a small shop, a florist in a repurposed 800 square foot building, and you don't have any off-street parking, you're going to make that florist do a parking study. I mean, that's not something I would like to see happen. As I look at the maximums, though, not comfortable with the maximums because I can think of examples with retail sales both in the urban core and outside the urban core where one would want to have more square footage. So for example, that same florist, let's say 800 square feet, in the urban core wants to have parking for their employees. They do weddings, they can't build 4 parking spots, and so like that's tough. They have to then all of a sudden do extra things to have 4 parking spots for their employees because they need to load vans or whatever it might be. So I think that the maximums are difficult for me. Similarly, group living. I think one of the things that has been a big concern, especially in plaza areas, that if someone's going to create multifamily living, we need to allow them to build the amount of parking they need to allow. And I would hate to add extra costs for them to build those parking spaces. So if someone's building something in Hyde Park or Plaza Westport and they want to add more than 1.5 dwelling units, more than 1.5 spots per 4 dwelling units, I think we should allow them to do that without making it punitive, because otherwise then we're running into an issue where we are incentivizing them to create potential problems for neighborhoods where they, as reading the market, understanding their customer, looking at the neighborhood, they might want to build sufficient parking because it's a higher end product where they know they're going to have 2 cars per, and they now have to pay extra to do that. So I would like to reassess the maximums, but I like the everything else about it.
And I will say the maximums are something that, well, the demand reduction amenities, those like kind of offsetting point systems is something Overland Park has done before as well. And they haven't seen too many issues with having, like, they have a range of parking they allow similar to this. Their maximums might be a little bit different than these, but they do the same kind of reduction amenities and point system. and it's been successful there. And if anyone loves parking, I worked in Overland Park. I can safely say that they do love parking in Overland Park.
I just want to clarify one thing you said about group living. Group living doesn't include multifamily.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Group living would be group homes,
That's-
domestic violence residences, shelters, nursing homes. So generally places where we do see not as many drivers.
Yeah,
The apartments are considered household living.
Thanks for clarifying. For household living, the 1.25 per dwelling unit, I do think there are many examples where that's going to create a tough situation for some of these urban core neighborhoods where they're going to want 1.5, 1.75, 2 units or two spaces per dwelling unit. And I think we should allow that. I don't think we should make it more expensive for those multifamily spaces to try to accommodate the neighborhood.
I have a quick question in regards to the maximums. Are those set at what the current minimums are, or are they higher than what the current minimums are?
They are higher than what the current minimums are.
Okay. By how much more would you
I
say?
think it's 150% of it. But I'd have to double check the numbers from the previous to what's recommended in there.
Okay. And I'll just add a counterpoint to the maximum because I understand what you're saying is you want businesses to be able to provide that if they feel it necessary. And I think that what they've done here is created a nice avenue to do that, but in a way that punishes like an extreme over providing of that parking, And again, it's realistic in the sense that if they go a little bit over the maximums, that it's relatively easy to get enough points to.
I will
Go
say,
ahead.
like in regard, like especially the multifamily housing, if they build EV charging for cars, that is a huge point level on it. So they could pretty easily offset and get to that 2 per unit, unless you're talking about a 400 unit building or complex, then that would require a little bit more. But for a typical like midtown size, like apartment building, a couple of EV chargers would likely get them to that threshold.
I mean,
And I just say, with my experience with other municipalities that have implemented something similar to this, that it's not so much preventing slightly going over the maximums, but really trying to prevent going way over the maximums.
Yeah, that's the nuance that I think I would like to see. So again, if I'm going to use that example of an 800 square foot florist who can't have 4 spots, like that's egregious to me, and we don't want that person to go through extra processes and have a point system they have to figure out. Like, we're trying to get them open. And so I think if maybe 2 things could happen, or maybe more, but maybe it's, there aren't maximums up to a certain amount because there doesn't need to be. Maybe it's for certain instances or areas where parking's an issue. There also aren't extra steps needed. But as I think about structured parking, it's going to be difficult if they don't want to build a whole lot of EV systems. It's going to be difficult for them to go through the point system because it's structured parking and there's not as much opportunity for them to create, beautiful green space. And so I think I think the point system is something that we don't want for smaller operators. And then I think it's too narrow for larger operators.
I'll say for the florist example, they still could build up to 5 spaces without having to do any points for it.
Okay, so 5 is
up for 5 per 1,000 square feet. That's the maximum.
I mean, that's a maximum across any concept.
I think the commercial specifically, the florist example you were using of an 800 square foot building would allow them to build up to 5 spaces without having to do any reduction or points or anything like that.
So there must be a floor built in then of 5.
Yeah, there's an established for each use. And my computer died. I'm sorry, I can't pull it up at the moment for.
What was my reading of it? But
So for like eating and drinking establishments, you can, if you have an 800 square foot restaurant, you can build 7.5 automatically without going over.
so this shows in the urban core 3.75 per 1,000 for retail sales is the
Retail.
max.
I might be looking at the Northland one then. But yeah, if you do have
Yeah.
a minimum on there, you can, like you have some you can accommodate.
Yes, that's where I think along Armor, someone finds a small space that, and they want to dedicate 4 spaces, they can't do it. So that's something that I think should be addressed.
So you're saying dedicate for on
You mean
street,
on street?
not the off street, not.
Sorry, they need to be able to have their own off-street parking if they want it.
Okay, that's where you're confusing. I said, well, wait a minute.
Sorry, yeah.
Okay.
Any other comments? Okay. I'll take a motion. I'll just say that right now I'm not in favor of this because I think it is going to have another major impact on the neighborhoods that are already struggling, especially in the core. east of the plaza, all the way up to the river, I don't think there's going to be an issue there because there's a lot of open space. But certainly in areas where that's really dense now, you're either going to, it's going to make it more difficult for people who want to go to different places to eat or shop because it's even harder to find a parking space, or they've got to, they know going there, they're going to have to add another hour and a half to finally find a space and then make it all the way back to wherever they want to go. That's just me. Because I know I would want to park somewhere.
I have actually ran into that issue recently. We went to an eatery downtown. It was hard finding parking, so I can same sentiment.
But I have this more sympathy for those that experience it every single day. I only experience it when I do something, and so it just drives me nuts, and I don't want to go back. You know, that's just me.
So if I could bring back the case we had last session, what was it, off Broadway, on Broadway, the entertainment center that impacted the neighborhood?
Yeah.
Prime example.
Yeah. So I think there ought to be a minimum. And
Well-
I understand what you're saying, a small business, 600, 700, 800 square foot property, they,
The other carve out that might be worth considering, and again, I prefer simplicity in all instances, but the case that they're referring to, you have people who are living in single family homes that do not have driveways because they're right up next to each other. So there's no off-street parking. And therefore, if we allow for no minimum businesses in that area, we're displacing the residents that are there because there's no workaround. And so that is a very unique circumstance where a lot of the city does not have that issue. In general, I'm of the mindset that if someone's complaining about access to off-street parking, it's like, well, what's the use that you're using currently if you're the existing use and you don't have your own offset parking? Now you're asking for a different set of standards for the new business coming in or the new resident coming in. They have to have off-street parking, but you don't have to have off-street parking. And so in that sense, again, I am supportive of all of this, except that I think the maximums need addressed. I think there should be a carve out for situations where residents do not have an option for off-street parking, which again is very unique, and I don't even know how you'd address that.
Well, sorry, I just wanted to kind of add in too. I think the two pieces that we were mentioning with the example of the residencies that don't have driveways, one, those can be mitigated through like actual parking management done by the city, whether that be like some kind of permitted parking for those residents or it's timed parking, whatever the solution is. I don't think the solution is to require all of the businesses there to handle that problem on behalf of the residents there, right? And again, going back to, I think if someplace, if there's particular parts of the city that are difficult to park in, again, I don't think offloading that responsibility onto the small businesses and, in instances where spaces, at a premium, requiring or essentially telling businesses that they can't operate there because other businesses are having trouble finding parking. That's again, if that business fails because they don't have the parking, then that's on the business. So
This is why I brought up in our last meeting the permit parking for residential neighborhoods, because that fixes this problem. Every large city has this kind of system. I mean, you look at Boston and any of these places, even like remote areas of Boston or Chicago, whatever, you have residential permitted parking in the residential neighborhoods where you can't just go park there without getting ticketed. It's a learning curve, and it takes probably 3 years to develop like the system properly and allow people to like learn that. But that's kind of why I brought that up and why these two I felt kind of needed to run a little bit together because of that. Because of that. But yeah, I do also currently still have the concerns that the chair has, but also in support of a lot of the pieces of this.
all right, let's move on. This has been two important projects and
I
we got 9 more to go.
I probably can't recommend approval based upon my feelings of the max. I mean, is there an appetite to continue this and try to address some of the concerns brought up, or do we feel like these can be figured out in this moment?
No, they cannot be figured out in this moment.
I think it needs to be continued.
You all feel like you had enough clarity about what the concerns were to try to address them
If you could summarize it, that'd be helpful, because I heard maximums, but then there's been a little bit of mixture of comments from it.
I'd like to add another option to be added. I know we have entertainment districts. Is there some way you can address the off-street parking for residents, property owners, so that they will know they have a space when you're considering parking?
The residential permit program is probably the closest thing the city has.
Street or off-street?
On-street, did I say off-street?
On-street is not the purview of the zoning ordinance. That would be something that would be up to Public Works.
We just talk about on-street parking?
We talked about allowing property owners to count on-street spaces, existing on-street spaces, towards their minimum, but there's not a way for us to require that there be on-street parking spaces for existing residences.
And why not?
Because the zoning ordinance does not regulate the city's right-of-way in that way. Would you like Mr. Muckenthaler to speak to how they manage on-street spaces?
Sure.
Hello, good morning. Matthew Muckenthaler, Parking Division Manager, Public Works. Been listening to all of this. There's certainly a lot to unpack. Generally, I guess I'll start. I'm just going to throw something at the wall here, see how it sticks. Generally speaking, parking management practices, right? And there's a multitude of those kinds of things, right? It's usually 3 different P's because it's parking, so it's all P's. You have permits, patrols, and pricing, right? Those are your 3 main management buckets. And all 3 of those have sort of been talked about today in various ways as part of the solution. When you talk about residents, residential permits can be done on a wide spectrum of things. A lot of cities have done them very successfully. Like the good news, I think, from the parking industry and parking management point of view is that these problems are problems cities across the world have, and they all are solvable, right? With sort of the same kinds of approaches. You choose the right way for your city, and those probably change over time. But there's nothing in here that's been said today that hasn't happened in other cities that haven't already been solved for. So like that's the good news, right? The residential permitting is best done with technology. So that way you can use that technology to manage both your vehicle and guests that come through for your area, because it all needs to be part of a ecosystem. And when I have been working inside the city here for the last 5 years, the word ecosystem is something that I really try to get people to understand about the on-street and the off-street system, that they all work in tandem together. So where, you know, if you come downtown to Crossroads is an example, Oak and east of Oak is essentially unmanaged, right? There are time regulations, but it's really essentially unenforced. It's unmanaged by general industry principles. And so it is really difficult to find an on-street space because the spaces aren't turning over. They're not identified for particular people. The same thing in residential areas. If you have a large density of things, and you don't have a management strategy for that, it can get difficult, you know, especially if you have folks with off-street access, but they choose not to do it for convenience. So I heard a lot of things. I just said a lot of things. I'm happy to answer questions at your.
Is there anywhere in the city that we use residential on-street permits?
There is technically a residential permitting program. I think over in the Volker area is one, Longfellow is one, UMKC is another. What's difficult about that residential permitting system is that it's currently not connected to the Public Works parking system. It's wholly managed through the permits department that issues little hang tags, and Kansas City Police Department enforces it on a visual basis. The requirements to have a residential permitting system in Kansas City currently are also very, very strict. Most areas do not meet the requirements. I mean, it has to be like 8 consecutive city blocks. There's just a lot of hurdles that you have to go through. One of the ways that cities also try to sort of, instead of only like a top-down or a bottom-up approach to this, right, understanding that all of this works together, is that when you have a successful residential system, usually there is some amount of payment that goes into it because there is some sort of cost to effectively managing it, right? You can't just say it's free and then also spend $2 million on staff to go enforce it, right? Because you don't want to financially fund it through penalty, right? So you want some sort of top line revenue coming in. Excess revenues for those can go back into those areas to sort of continuously improve them, right? So if you have residential and paid parking, right, all sort of on top of each other, you create a revenue stream that is in excess of its costs, and some of those monies can go back into those areas to improve parking adjacent things, improve street lighting, bump outs, beautification, sidewalk repair, right? All of those things. It can sort of then just start feeding onto itself. So that's how it all sort of works together.
Based upon the concerns expressed today by both members of the commission and the public about those dense residential areas, do you think that permit parking is part of the solution or could be?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But I'm hearing there's a fee to that property owner to have it. Did I hear
They're
correctly?
usually pretty nominal in an annual sense, because the city can do all of that at its economy of scale. They're not very expensive, but usually there is at some point, right, a fee associated with that. Maybe it's $50 a year.
Penalizing me for me to have park in front of my own house.
The other way that I've heard it discussed is that it's providing a solution for a challenge that you have. It's a service.
Cheaper than building a driveway or a garage or paid parking. In response to the question though about, summarizing and thank you for that. I mean, I think you've heard mine, but I don't know if there are other, in addition to maximums that need to be addressed, other concerns.
If I could speak on the maximums, a lot of cities have done, like Minneapolis, Buffalo sort of come to mind, this sort of broad sweeping of eliminating minimums and establishing maximums. One of the byproducts that those maximums sort of aim at that hasn't really been discussed today, because it's not really how, but through the parking lens, one of the things that usually comes out of that is, and I think about this along the new streetcar line, centralized parking development, right? You can look at your long range planning and say, okay, this is what we think is really coming down the lane over the next several years. Let's create a centralized parking system where everybody can sort of share, and we can strategically create those developments that help most efficiently utilize those off-street spaces, right? So like a office space and residential pair really well together because they need those spaces at max use at very different times of the day. And so you can strategically think about those things and create one parking system for a much larger area.
So when you see areas that have the signage, no parking between certain timeframes.
Like 7 to 6, Monday through Friday, or like, you mean like time, like rush hour restriction, or?
I've seen a variety. I've even seen some, the ones I've seen in residential areas is where someone has put up signage for handicap parking only. What's that process? Is that a fee process as well?
No, there's not a fee for establishing a ADA space, but those spaces are publicly available. So it might be installed in front of your house because there's some sort of, application. But that doesn't mean that that's your handicap space. It is a public ADA space. So if a visitor across the street is coming to visit you, they can also use that ADA space, even though it's in front of your house, where it was publicly applied for. Just like a loading zone is a publicly, usable space. It's not for that one business. No resident or business can privatize a section of the right of way for their particular.
We know what the
particular
intent
use.
is, but we know when people do that, they've claimed it as their space.
Oh, of course. I mean, and that's, that is human nature. Cities across the world, right, have this, this is mine, not yours, challenge. And so, you do need effective patrols to ensure that what's available for the public is available.
So I was trying to think other alternatives that we could suggest, but the no parking would then apply to that resident that's trying to park as well. I don't know. I'm not comfortable with the information you gave for the permitted type of permitted hangar you said for those people in that neighborhood.
I mean, the hangar is probably the most visual representation, but I mean, just to speak on the technology, things in 2025 are typically done on, or ought to be done on a license plate based. That way, if you change your car, you get a loaner, or your guests are coming over, everything is license plate based. And so it's easier
You
to
had
be tracked.
mentioned
but-
though visitors could be tied into that, so.
A lot of cities might grant you, 2 visitors for 4 hours, right? And I'm just throwing out an example. So that might be part of your residential permit. Other people, if you have, they might be required to pay for parking during paid parking times along the street. But if they're coming to your area, you can just enter their license plate on the app and they're valid for 4 hours. Just illustrating how those things can work with technology.
So, Mr. Chair, we were talking about continuing, and I would like for, I'm sorry, I forgot your name that quick. I looked at your purple tie though. Your pink tie.
Thank
I would like for him to have conversations that they could present to us on the residential parking segment that we're uncomfortable with.
Yeah. You're going to say something?
Oh, yeah, I live in a place with a residential permit and it's not restricted all the time. It is generally just like during daytime business hours. And the city in the past has issued visitor passes you can get for people coming over. And you can still park there. It's just a 2-hour maximum on it. So if you have someone coming over to pick up something, coming over to watch the game, it's not on the weekends that they apply it. It's not in the evenings. It's really only, correct me if I'm wrong, it's 7 to 6 probably around that time frame.
That sounds right.
Right around there. So it's not all the time. It's not like nobody can park there. It's just like a regular time spot that exists elsewhere in the city.
The point of parking management practices is to manage the parking and provide that availability during peak demand time, right? So, if that particular area due to its makeup needs a Monday through Friday, 7 to 6, then that's what works for them. And maybe the neighborhood across the street needs something that goes into the evenings and weekends because it's closer to an entertainment district. And so all of those things are really flexible and you can set them up on a use by use basis, right? Because Hyde Park is different than Westport Plaza, is different than Marlboro, is different than Southmoreland, right?
Okay. I think we need a closed testimony and get to a motion here. We spent a lot of time on it. It is an important piece, but we do need to move on. So I've heard a couple folks say about continuance. And I've heard others say they want to go ahead and pass with some.
I'll just say I would be in support of the docket item as is. I don't know how others are feeling, but
If I move to continue it, what's the ideal timeline?
I think with the holidays coming up, to do meaningful engagement, maybe January or sooner.
I mean, do you want us to do additional engagement with the neighborhoods? Is that part of the reason for
I
continuance?
personally want just the things addressed that I mentioned, but if there are other things that other commissioners want, then that's fine. I mean, I was,
The engagement.
I feel as though you all probably have a good sense of what neighborhoods want, and I think that the solution is a little bit complex in that it requires work with other departments to solve this because it shouldn't be solved just through the zoning code. That's not the solution. So I don't know if public engagement is what actually gets that done. I think it's just we need to work with the city on parking management.
Well, I think the public engagement with the young man from Public Works would be helpful in getting us to get
But
this
And
passed.
I think that can happen, though. I think that should happen. I don't think that needs to hold up what you all are trying to propose.
But I want it in writing.
I mean, I don't even know if it would be incorporated into
But in the
this.
plan, they're talking about it wouldn't be in the plan?
I don't think it would, but
It wouldn't be in the zoning, this text amendment. It would be a separate city policy through Public Works Department.
Because again, this doesn't regulate the on-street parking and residential permit program. It's a separate item.
And parking is a very popular topic in Kansas City. And so on a somewhat regular basis, I do have engagement with the neighborhoods, though it's not on any sort of official basis. Something like installing a residential permitting system in itself would drive a significant amount of community engagement to understand how it gets set up, what Kansas City wants. That would be its own kind of thing. You wouldn't just.
Chair Crowell, what would you like to do?
I don't know. I think listen a little bit more. I'd like to see if we can move it through. Go ahead and pass it. But I think there ought to be a couple of things we could add as to do before it finalizes and becomes ordinance. And those would be, I think, like you say, take a look at the maximum and then the residential parking. There might be something there that they could reach out and, talk through that a little bit more with the residents.
If we did that, would you all get the maximums addressed to some degree?
Yeah, we can review the
we would.
maximums, yeah.
Okay. I'll go ahead and make a motion, then feel free to vote no. Chair Crowell, I move to approve docket item number 2, but requesting that, adding a condition requesting that the applicant make material changes to the maximums to reflect the discussions here today before it goes to council.
What would those sorry to be that guy, but what would those material alterations look like?
Yeah, I think that there are 2 material things that I think need to be addressed. One is smaller format uses. We should try to remove any sort of point system for, under a certain threshold. Our goal is not to make it more difficult for people to open up a neighborhood serving business. And then secondly, I don't want to disincentivize investment either in the neighborhood core or outside the neighborhood core because a business needs to or wants to accommodate more parking, needs to accommodate more parking. And whether it's structured or whether it's a large service lot for a restaurant out south, up north, et cetera, I would like the maximums to be increased materially so that way we run into less issues. I don't think it's very, very rare where we've run into this issue. And so I think it's a solution in search of a problem. And so I'd like those maximums to be increased materially.
And I think the other thing is to, really spend the time in investigating into that residential piece to not have a further impact on them.
Yeah, and I just don't, I think for me, that's a concurrent separate thing, but
I get it.
how to add it.
Okay, so I got a motion and a second with the addition of the 2 conditions. Margaret, can you take a roll call on the motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
No.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Forbes,
Aye.
Bassett.
Aye.
All right, looks like that motion passes 5-1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've been 2.5 hours and been through two docket items. Yeah, our clock is, the battery isn't working so great.
Okay.
So, is the next docket item 3? It's not going to be that long, is it? What about number 4?
Probably not.
Who's got 4? What's that?
Four's probably
we can get, go ahead.
A question for the chair and for staff, these are two that I flagged as, potentially could be a consent docket type item in my review of each of them. Is there a fast way to do that, even though we've already done the consent docket for items 3 and 4, which are a renewal of an SUP and that's been in existence for at least 5 years, and then a temporary unit that's a bus? I mean, I think both of those could potentially be passed at the same time without hearing testimony testimony if people need to hear it, but without presentations.
I mean,
Yeah, I think since they've been advertised this way that we got to proceed ahead with that, but that's probably a different.
but staff presentations can be very brief on both of these items if that's what you would prefer.
It wouldn't deter anyone from speaking up if they want to speak
No.
up.
Yeah. Well, what I'm getting at is it's 11:30. So I want to hear these two cases, take a break for lunch, and then come back. So those that are waiting for their case that may be down the road here, we can get through these two and then break for a 20-minute lunch and then come back after. Let's go to the docket item 3.
Docket item number 3 is case CD SUP 2025-38, a request to approve a renewal of a special use permit to allow a non-accessory parking lot in District DC 15 on about 2.6 acres generally located at 311 East 12th Street. And I'm sure that Genevieve can make it a very brief staff presentation.
Yes, good morning. Genevieve Kahn, City Planning and Development. We have a renewal of a special use permit at 311 East 12th Street. You might have driven past it on your way here this morning. It is in the downtown core at 13th and Oak Street, just south of City Hall. It's an existing parking lot, used to have the Board of Education building on it. That was demolished. That was when the first SUP came in because it was a standalone non-accessory parking lot, which means it is not used to serve any other uses required parking. And in the downtown district, that requires a special use permit. 195 spaces. And there are no proposed changes to this site. There is one condition for another 5 years before they would need to come back to have it renewed again. And with that, staff recommends approval subject to that condition for renewal in 5 years. And I can take any questions.
Okay, any questions for city staff? Okay, let's welcome the applicant.
I ain't got nothing. If you have, seriously, this is an existing situation. No changes are being made. I don't want to waste your time. We'll be glad to answer any questions that you have.
We want to give you the amount of time that you need for your actual item. So feel free not to, to cut back. Is this always going to be a parking lot?
No. So what happened here was this was the parking for the old Board of Education building.
Okay.
The building was demolished, but would have been silly to demolish structured parking. And so the parking remained while we're marketing the green space on the north side of the block. And with me is Tony Granillo from Copaig and Brooks, project manager. We're continuing to market the site. We're hopeful that if we have another 5 years of an SUP, that by then we'll have a user and it won't be an issue anymore.
Okay.
So does that parking lot go with the green space at a separate sale?
No, it would be, if you were going to build a building on the green space, the parking lot would be the parking for that building. I would also add, since you offered, that this is important parking for those, like perhaps myself, that sometimes go to From the Earth. This is where the From the Earth dispensary is across the street. And so this could be very important parking for some of us.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission to the applicant? Let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item 3, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, we're going to close public testimony then. Anything else to add?
No, sir.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowley, move to approve docket item number 3 with conditions.
Second.
A motion and a second for approval of docket item number 3. Margaret, can you take roll call, please?
Parkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Forbes.
Aye.
Hassick.
Aye.
Looks like the motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your patience.
Thank you, of course.
All right, docket item number
Docket
4.
item number 4 is case CD SUP 2025-37. A request to approve a special use permit for a temporary mobile medical unit not to exceed 1 year on about 0.46 acres generally located at the southeast corner of Harrison Street and Emmanuel Cleaver 2 Boulevard.
Right, good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Right, this is a special use permit for the Planned Parenthood at 1001 Emmanuel Cleaver Boulevard. And this is the subject location. It's located in the Midtown area of the city. And then more specifically, it's on the southwest corner of Harrison Street and Emmanuel Cleaver Boulevard. The structure itself was recently hit by a vehicle, and so it caused a portion of the building to be unusable. The applicant came to Development Management to ask for a temporary use permit to allow for their mobile medical unit to be placed on site while they get permits to fix up their building. This is the location of the proposed or of the existing mobile medical unit. That temporary use permit was approved. It lasts for about 90 days, so that temporary use permit will expire December 23rd of 2025. That gives them just enough time to go through this temporary use or this special use permit in order to get some time to get those building permits submitted. And then these are just a couple pictures of that mobile medical unit and its location adjacent to the Planned Parenthood building. And then just another look at the site, also from Emmanuel Cleaver. And so with that, staff recommends approval subject to conditions.
Okay, any questions from the commission to city staff?
I have a quick question.
Yes.
So would this special use permit, if we pass it, start after the temporary expires?
It's 1 year from the approval of the Board of Zoning Adjustment decision. And so they're slated to be heard by the Board of Zoning Adjustment on November 12th. So they'll have 1 year from there.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, let's welcome the applicant. Are they available?
They're online.
Hi, I'm on behalf of Planned Parenthood and I have nothing to add. I was just here to answer any questions if anyone had any.
Okay, any questions for the applicant? All right, with that, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item 4, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public testimony then, and I guess I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowley, move to approve docket item number 4 with conditions.
Second.
Motion and a second for approval of docket item 4. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell.
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Forbes.
Aye.
Hassick.
Aye.
All right, looks like the motion passes then. Thank you very much. Those are too easy. Just like you said.
Yeah.
So since I already thought we could get through those, time is it?
11:35.
We want to continue on with a couple more?
Yeah.
Should be okay. I'd like a quick restroom break.
Okay, let's do that. Quick restroom break and then come back and do
5 minutes?
Yep.
Okay,
5 minutes.
5-minute recess?
Great.
We'll resume at 11:41.
Let's do 11:45 just to make it a rounded number. if
Okay,
that's okay.
11:45. Sounds good.
Yeah. Patricia, what case are you? Okay, welcome back. It's 11:45, so we're going to hear docket items 5 and 6. Then we're going to take our lunch break and then come back and hear the rest of the cases that we have.
Okay.
So,
Docket item number 5 is case CD SUP 2025-35, a request to approve a special use permit in District R 1.5 on about 3 acres generally located on the east side of Walnut Street, approximately 150 feet south of East 40th Street, allowing for the expansion of an educational facility with associated sports fields, gymnasium, and parking.
Good morning, Matthew Barnes, City Planning and Development here. Sorry, I forgot to share my screen first.
thank you.
Here with docket item number 5, which is a special use permit for St. Paul's Eastfield Development. There you go. The location of this site is in the 4th District, is in the Midtown Plaza area plan. This is a closer view here yet. You can see Main Street there just to the west, 40th Street to the north side, 41st Street to the south. And here's just a view of the site currently. It is an open field, which the school uses for recess and other recreation. This is a view looking from Warwick Boulevard, looking west. And you can see it's just open field. They do have like soccer goals on that field. The applicant is looking to add a turf field with a basketball court and a pavilion with 2 parking lots. They're also looking to gain entitlement for a future gymnasium that will be built at a later time. So like I said, multi-purpose field, playground, sport court, and associated parking are proposed. On the right side of the screen is the pavilion that they are proposing. This is just adjacent to the turf field. That will be for the spectators, sunshade and all that. The gym is going to be approximately 12,600 square feet and will be located at the southwest corner of the site, which will have frontage on Walnut Street. There is 56 parking spots between 2 different parking lots, one on Walnut and one on Warwick Boulevard. This was reviewed against the Boulevard and Parkway standards. We also took this to our Parks Department reviewer. They do meet the frontage requirements for parking, as only 120 feet of the 400-foot frontage is parking. And you'll see on a later slide, they did work with us to add additional landscaping and buffering to buffer that parking lot from the existing residential to the east. And there is internal pedestrian connections that link that site, as well as existing crosswalks over to the school across Walnut. Like I said, they were asking for entitlement for a future gymnasium as well. This materials must be consistent with adjacent buildings on the campus, and the final design will be with the building permit to ensure that has compliance with the approved special use permit. Materials that they are proposing is decorative masonry, precast concrete, and transparent glazing. There is some, this will be also serving as a storm shelter, so there is a limited amount of glazing and windows that they can put in this. As discussed and agreed upon, additional public art and murals will be added to elevate the design quality and visual interest. This was requested by a police department as well, and this will help increase visibility and strengthens the building's presence on the site. The applicant is going to preserve the existing street trees. So on the image on the right, in red, are the existing trees that are to remain. They are replacing the trees where they have since died or to meet new requirements. Vehicular use areas are screened with shrubs as required by the zoning code. If you can see on that bottom right there, they have doubled the amount of shrubbery to further screen from the boulevard. And then on the next slide, I'll show you the berming that they have provided. And so this is just that view. You can see at the bottom, those berms with, you can see a kind of little blue car on the middle berm there.
And then just showing you that the future gymnasium will be back about 170 feet from Warwick Boulevard. The Boulevard and Parkway standards require everything within 150 feet of the boulevard meet those requirements, and this will be set back far enough where it doesn't not need to meet those requirements. With that, staff recommends approval with conditions, and I can take any questions.
All right, any questions for city staff? All right, is the applicant available?
Should be
The
online.
applicant is online.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, David Wood with Caw Valley Engineering. I'm not going to really duplicate what Matthew said, but we have reviewed the conditions as part of the approval here and are in agreement with those. Happy to address any questions that you may have for the applicant or for the school.
I was just curious about the hours of operation for the fields. Would they be available after hours, like school hours?
For the most part, the intent of the fields is to support the day-to-day operations of the school. They do anticipate using some after-school activities on those fields. At this point in time, I don't think they're planning on renting those fields to like a Brookside Soccer Club or another organization at this time. But as far as like hours go, the fields are not lighted, so there is going to be limitations, especially on this time of year, of how late those fields could be in use, or that field could be in use. But again, just generally for the school's recess and you know, day-to-day playability and keeping the maintenance costs down and those kind of things.
Thank you.
Is that a regulation size soccer field?
No, it's more like a U9.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? All right, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 5, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon. What happened there? Okay.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony. Anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Wood?
Not at this time.
All right, thank you. So we'll close testimony and I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowley, move to approve docket item number 5 with conditions.
Second.
Motion and a second for approval of docket item number 5. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Excuse me, aye.
Prowl,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Forbes,
Aye.
Hassick.
Aye.
All right, looks like the motion passes then. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, move on to docket item number 6.
Docket item number 6 is case CD SUP 2025-34, a request to approve a special use permit to expand an existing motor vehicle repair general use in District B3-2 on about 0.36 acres, generally located at 8826 Fornell Road.
Good morning. Is the applicant available online?
Mark Murdock is online. I'm going to promote him to panelist.
Okay.
Good morning again.
Good morning. Just a reminder, after this case, we are going to lunch.
All right, docket item number 6 is a special use permit for the building addition at Peak Performance Auto at 8826 Warnell Road. It's in the southern portion of the city. Subject site is highlighted in yellow at the corner of 89th and Warnell. As stated, it's an existing business and building. And the proposed addition will be on both the north and south side of the existing building, totaling about 2,500 square feet. So the building will total about 4,300 square feet. And the building addition is really to provide extra service bays and storage areas to put the vehicles that are being worked on in a secure location at night. They've had some issues with crime on their property. And here are the building elevations. You can see the additional 2 bays on the, this would be the south end of the site, and 1 additional area on the north side of the site. And current street views of the site.
this case will move on to the Board of Zoning Adjustment after this commission, where the applicant will be seeking a variance to the 8 required street trees. As you can see, there's a lot of overhead lines here and really minimal area between their property and the road and sidewalk. They do plan, and it's shown on their drawings, to enhance the landscape screening here with additional shrubs, just not trees. There's some site limitations here. And then this is just the intersection, so the corner of the property. And then staff is requesting a condition modification to condition number 4. It was originally from Public Works about their drive widths on the 89th Street portion. They're existing, they're not being changed, but they don't meet Public Works standards. And so the Public Works Department has requested that they go to the Transportation Development Committee, TDC, for a variance to those standards. So we're kind of swapping out the language that's in condition number 4 that states the standard width that they should be, and we're putting this in instead, that they get that. I think they do variances, which is confusing with the Board of Zoning Adjustment, prior to receiving any building permits, and Public Works staff seemed in support of them going to TDC. So that is what we're requesting. Other than that, we are recommending approval with conditions, and I can take any questions.
Okay, any questions from the commission? I kind of have to ask the obvious. They're doing a expansion here and taking out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 parking spaces. Do they have parking that they need?
They are required to have, they still meet the required parking. They're required to have 12 spaces. They will still have 13 spaces.
Even with the addition, that's all they need is 13 spaces?
Yes.
Okay. Just checking.
This site would be outside of the urban core.
I noticed that. Okay. With that, let's welcome the applicant.
Yeah, good morning or afternoon at this point. I appreciate you guys hearing our case here this morning. And I just want to say that Genevieve has been really awesome to work with. And our proposal, like she said, is a project consisting of expanding the footprint of the existing auto maintenance facility at the corner of Warno and 89th Street. The additions will extend to the north and south, and we'll have updated materials, landscaping, and various site improvements as well. Yeah, the main purpose of this proposal is to provide some extra security to store vehicles overnight, or to thwart vehicle theft and vehicle break-ins. And with that, that's really all I have. I appreciate you guys hearing our proposal. Thank you.
Yep, and I think you're also the change for the to go to the TDC committee prior to BZA.
A building permit.
I'm sorry?
Prior to receiving any building permits.
Okay.
Yes, I should add that I do approve,
permit.
and we
Okay.
accept all the conditions of approval.
All right. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody that would like to speak regarding docket item 6, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, we'll close public testimony then, and I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowell, I move to approve docket item number 6, modifying condition number 4 to state that the developer shall obtain approval from the Transportation Development Committee for an acceptable driveway access configuration from 89th Street prior to the issuance of a building permit.
Second.
Motion and a second, with has been stated. So Margaret, can you take roll call on the motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Forbes.
Aye.
Hassick.
Aye.
Looks like the motion passes then. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, so with that, we're going to take a lunch break, but we also have 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 to go when we come back. What's the recommended, 20 minutes enough for everybody?
Our people.
Is that good? I'm sorry?
Where's our people?
They'll be back. So it is 12:01, so let's come back at 12:20.
12:20, okay.
Yes. Thank you. You hit the recording stop. All right, is everybody ready? Get back in. All right, welcome back, everybody, to the City Planning Commission meeting. We're on docket item number 7, please.
Docket item number 7 is case CD SUP 2025-36, a request to approve a major amendment to a special use permit for an addition to the existing Winnetonka High School for a performing arts center on about 37.34 acres, generally located at the southeast corner of Northeast 48th Street and North Topping Avenue.
All right, good afternoon. Oh, wait.
Is the applicant available?
The applicant is on.
Okay.
Okay, let me share my screen and I can get started. All right, for the record, Larissa Chambi, City Planning and Development. This is a special use permit for 5815 Northeast 48th Street for the Winnetonka High School. This is the location of the subject property within the city. And then just a closer look, and let me move this Zoom information if possible. No, okay. This is the existing high school. The applicant is proposing a 19,368 square foot performing arts center, and it's located just on the west side of the building. They're also proposing to restripe their parking lot and then adjust some of this circulation within their parking lot as it's adjacent to the performing arts center. So here is just a closer look at that addition that you see here on the west side of the building. And then this darker gray area that you see, that's the area of the parking lot that's going to be resurfaced. And then just a closer look at that site plan. The applicant is proposing landscaping around the new promenade for the Performing Arts Center and new landscaped islands for the portion of the parking lot that they are repaving. Here are some elevations for the Performing Arts Center. And those are made up of precast concrete, composite metal panel, and then a backlit perforated metal. And this is in an R district, and so this building height that's proposed, which is 49 feet, does require a variance. And so moving on to the approval criteria, which is, does it comply with all applicable standards of the Zoning and Development Code? Due to it being in an R district, it needs a variance for the building height. And the applicant is also currently working with staff regarding an alternative compliance parking plan for their bicycle parking. They're still working on providing some alternatives for staff to review. Criteria C, the proposed construction materials match the existing building, and this building won't be seen from the nearest residential property, which is to the west. And then will it have a significant impact on pedestrian safety or comfort? No, this is using the existing parking lots that are at the school, and then they have added some pedestrian connections to the existing sidewalks. And so here's a look at Winnetonka High School from Northeast 48th Street. And then here's a view from North Topping. You can see there's a grade change where you can't see the structure from the residential dwelling units to the west. And so with that, staff does recommend approval subject to conditions.
Okay, any questions from the commissioners? Staff? All right. Let's welcome the applicant then.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Braden Taylor with MKEC Engineering, 11827 West 112th Street, Overland Park, Kansas. Well, thank you for taking the time this afternoon to listen to our case. I don't have a whole lot additional to provide. Ms. Chambi's done a pretty good job of presenting and summarizing our project this afternoon. And then we are in agreement and accept all the conditions presented in the staff report.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? All right, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 7, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
All right, we'll close public testimony then, and I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowley, move to approve docket item number 7 with conditions.
Second.
Motion and a second for approval of docket item number 7. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Forbes,
Aye.
Hassick.
Aye.
All right, looks like the motion passes then. Thank you very much.
Thank
All
you.
right, let's move on to docket item 8, please.
Docket item
Okay.
Docket item number 8 is case CD SUP 2025-32, a request to approve a special use permit for the reuse of an officially designated historic landmark for commercial and residential uses on about 0.79 acres, generally located at the southeast corner of West 11th Street and Mulberry Street.
Is the applicant available?
They're here in person.
Made it here just in time.
We were watching online.
Thank you.
Okay. In front of you is special use permit 32 for 1101 Mulberry Street. This is a special use permit for the reuse of an officially designated historic landmark for commercial and residential uses. It's located in the West Bottoms area of the city. Here's just an up-close look at the site. There is just one quick edit from the staff report. The staff report mentioned a parking garage. They are just using this parking lot, so there will not be a parking garage associated with this project. The project proposes 12,400 square feet of retail on the ground floor, and then 105 apartment units and a rooftop amenity deck. And so here's just a look at that site plan. As I mentioned, here's their parking lot. Since it is a historically designated landmark, it does not require any parking for this proposed use. And it also does not require any new landscaping. However, the applicant did work with staff to provide landscaping, and I've just highlighted where they're proposing the new landscaping to go. And then here's a look at that first floor retail. It looks like it looks like it's separated into 4 different leases. And then just a look at that second floor plan with those residential units, and then a look at the rooftop deck on the top floor. The applicant isn't proposing any significant changes to the buildings. All of what has been highlighted on these elevations provided by the applicant are windows to be replaced or just revised, seeing as whichever one needs to be replaced first. Criteria A for this special use permit, it does comply with all of the applicable standards of the zoning and development code. And then criteria C, is it compatible? Yes, they are reusing an existing building, so it's compatible in terms of site planning and building design. It also matches the area fairly well with retail on the ground floor and residential on top. And will this have a significant adverse impact on pedestrian safety or comfort? Staff does not believe that this will have a significant impact, as they are not proposing to remove any portions of sidewalk. They are mainly going to maintain those and will bring more pedestrian activity to the area with their retail uses. So just a couple views of the property. This is from West 11th Street and Mulberry Street. And then a view from West 11th Street showing where their parking lot is going to be placed. And so with that, staff recommends approval subject to conditions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for city staff? All right, let's welcome the applicant. Hello.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I didn't prepare a presentation because she's said it best. City staff has been great to work with on the project. So I just introduce myself real briefly. My name is Kyle Fitzgerald. My wife and I have lived in Midtown for 20 years. We're real diehard Kansas City Missourians. My first job, ironically, was in the West Bottoms in 2006. So I've been a super fan of the West Bottoms for a long time, and it's been a long time coming to see this type of use get activated down there. There's been a lot of interest from outside the city that has catalyzed the city to invest funds down there, and we're very excited to see that. I don't know if you're familiar with the building, but it is a amazing structure that deserves to be rehabilitated and put online for another 100 years. So that's why we're here. I've done other historic projects. 407 Grand was a long derelict building, and we restored the historic facade, and now that's a key part to that block down in the River Market. So technically we're developers, but really we're preservationists, and we're very excited about the building itself. And I'd love to answer any questions you all have.
What's the thought you're gonna have inside it? It's just commercial and residential, but you got a split.
Yeah, the first floor will be 2/3 commercial, 1/3 amenities for the tenants. So as she said, I believe it's about 12,000 square feet of commercial. So there's 3 suites there that are commercial today, and we have tenants who would love to be in the building long-term. And then floors 2 through 6 would be those apartments. It's a great use. There's lots of light for those units, and they're big enough that these will be real homes. We're not fans of micro apartments. That has been a thing that's come about in the last few years. We want these to be homes where people feel good living in them. And that's why we're investing in the landscape and some of those outdoor spaces. But yeah, so mostly residential. Yeah.
What's, just curious, what is the plan for, parking, the street parking? Is that controlled by the city? And then I'm just curious how you're programming it, whether it's gonna be for the retail on the first floor or if it's, gonna be saved for people who pay for it, who live on floors 2 through 6.
Yeah, it'll be mostly for the residents. Today, the building functions with that same amount of commercial, and the occupants have traditionally used street parking. So the West Bottoms is a little bit wilder than downtown, so there's not a lot of paid parking. So mostly it's first come, first serve down there. 12th Street, the underside of that bridge has excellent parking. And there's a lot of space down there. We're looking into some other options to lease a lot, but we feel pretty confident with what we're providing on site as well as street parking that it will function quite well.
How much are the units going for?
The average rent, this is early days, of course, and costs are what they are. We're thinking an average unit would be about $1,400, with the low end probably being in the $1,200 range. Yeah, the average unit size will be about 50 to 100 square foot larger than what we're seeing in the West Bottoms, which is probably 200 square feet larger than an average new build. So an average square foot would be about 750. Yep. Some studios, mostly 1 bedroom, 1 bath, because the historic building lends itself to a certain layout, and it's hard to, you don't want to fight it because then you end up doing something weird to the building that wouldn't respect that. There'll be some larger 2 bedroom, 2 bath units, but mostly kind of middle market 1-1s. Yeah.
And since it's historic, are you able to put elevators in?
Yeah, the building currently has 5 elevators. So it was a marvel of engineering at its time. It had fire suppression. It's quite a building. And if anyone would like to see it, I would love to show them.
I'm
that
assuming
building.
those are freight elevators.
Yes, so we're going to take those out to be able to use the floors for the occupants, and then we'll put in a new double bay elevator. We considered 1 elevator, but it's just not, I don't think it's the right choice with that many tenants. So we'll have 2 new elevators and then 2 new stairwells. Yeah, so it'll all be new. Those traction elevators are hard to maintain.
All right. God, I don't know what happened here. Jeez. Any other questions? All right, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 8, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and you'll be called upon.
We have no hands raised online.
Okay, so let's close testimony, the public testimony. Anything else you'd like to add?
I just thank you for your time. The city's been great to work with, and you all have made a huge investment in the West Bottom. So we're here to be Kansas City owners that will want to own the building for the long term. It's great that it took outside capital for us all to pay attention to what's going on down there, but I think somebody from Kansas City should own this building and redo it and keep it for us.
Does, do any staff know if that street is slated for improvements?
I think it's under construction right now and has been
Okay.
for about 3 months.
Oh, gotcha. Cool.
Yeah, it's where I think we're gonna double the amount of trees in the West Bottoms with that street in our, in our parking lot. So it's,
Putting one up, is that?
yes, yeah, they're doing real tree wells. So I'm a landscape architect. Most street trees have a hard time, but they're really putting in some dollars to make that nice. Pavers on the sidewalks, concrete roadway. So it's a very exciting day to see what's happening down there. So if you
nice.
haven't come down to the West Bottoms, it's 5 minutes away. I would take a drive through there. It's quite interesting.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have a timeline for completion, start to finish?
Today, we're looking at planning for the next probably 9 months. We've selected our architect and our GC. That way we can make sure it's buildable once we get there. Just how things go, I don't think we're going to be swinging hammers for another 9 to 12 months, then maybe 18 months worth of construction and lease up. So I would say 2028.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All
Sure.
right, take a motion.
Chair Crowell, I move to approve docket item number 8 with conditions.
Second.
We got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 8. Margaret, can you take roll call, please?
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Forbes,
Aye.
Hassick.
Aye.
Looks like the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, number 9, please.
Docket item number 9 is case CDROW 2025-23. A request to approve a vacation of an alley in District R 0.5, B1-1, and M1-5 of about 6,000 square feet, generally located 150 feet east of Lydia Avenue between East 10th Street and East 12th Street.
I had a presentation to do.
Yeah, I'll present first and then we'll open it up to you and I'll plug this in.
All right.
Thank you.
This architect apparently did the slip cover.
All right, good afternoon, Commissioners. Justin Smith, City Planning and Development. In front of you is a vacation of right-of-way. The subject site is located just off Paseo within the 3rd District, within the boundaries of the Greater Downtown Area Plan. A closer look at the site. It's located on the east and west, Paseo and Lydia Avenue, and then to the north and south, East 10th Street and East 11th Street. This vacation of right-of-way proposes to vacate 6,000 square feet of right-of-way. There's currently a public sewer main running the length of it. There's also private facilities, AT&T, Evergy, and Spectrum within this alley. The applicant is proposing to gate off a portion of the alleyway. So here's a view looking from East 11th Street. Fire requested if they are going to put a gate there to add a Yelp gate so they can access any properties that have direct access within that right of way. And then in the middle, hopefully you can see this on my screen, a rolling gate is proposed to be installed. So I'll now go into the review criteria for any vacation of right-of-way. All property owners adjacent to the right-of-way shall have legal access to a form of public right-of-way. And so part of the vacation is consent to vacate. 75% of adjacent property owners abutting the right-of-way in frontage. So if you own more frontage, you have more of that percentage of say. The 2 X's on your screen did not consent to the vacation. So there is a condition number 5 on the staff report that says a cross-access easement needs to be
recorded with the county so that all property owners have a legal form of access. The two highlighted properties, if cross-access easement can't be recorded, would lose access to their parking lot. So when a vacation occurs, if approved, the right-of-way splits down the middle and goes to the abutting property owners. So with this northern property, they have the potential to lose access to their parking lot. Criteria B, the retention of the public right-of-way or subdivision serves no current or future public purpose. This right-of-way currently serves purpose as direct access to 1,000 Paseo's parking lot, and also as public and private utilities within that right-of-way. And the vacation will not result in a violation of 88-405, which is our subdivision regulations. Per 88-405, all lots require an approved form of access to a public street. So if a cross-access easement can be recorded and retained in this alleyway, they would have vehicular access to their site. If one is not, they have the potential to lose access. And then criteria D, it should not disrupt the constructed street network or reduce physical connectivity. The city utilizes alleyways to reduce the amount of curb cuts on major streets, such as Paseo. So again, if a cross-access easement cannot be recorded, they would have the potential to lose access through that alleyway and would need an additional curb cut onto Paseo. And then criteria E, the vacation shall not result in a dead end of a street or an alley. They are vacating the whole alleyway, but with the gate, it will create a dead end if you were just to pull in it. And so with that review criteria, staff does recommend denial of this vacation or right-of-way. And that concludes my presentation. I can answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for city staff on this?
Just to confirm, they want to vacate the entire alley.
That's correct.
Thank
Because
you.
that's what we were told we had to do. First of all, I want to clarify that at no
Second,
time.
second,
Let it
second.
finish.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Any other questions for city staff? Okay. First of all, thanks for your patience today to get to this point. So welcome.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
The first thing I want to say before I present is that no time did we discuss with Justin Smith or anyone closing off the north end of the alley. They have access from 11th Street. This south end of the alley where our house moves down, we share with Lincoln University, who's in complete agreement of this, and hopefully they'll be here zooming in with us today. But we at no time ever discussed closing off access to Jazz Hill Apartments at all. They would have complete access to their parking lot and their apartments at any given time. Our only concern is from our carriage house where it abuts directly to the alley down to 11th Street, or there's 10th Street, they're up by 10th Street. But I'll show you what we've got proposed here and why.
I've got to ask a quick question. So the surrounding property owners you said was Jazz Hill?
Jazz Hill Apartments is at the north end.
Hold on. I need to recuse myself. I'm on the board that owns that Jazz Hill property.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Video in there as well. This is a bit of information. I'm going to try to move through this quickly, but it's absolutely necessary so you see the situation we have going on here. This is in regard to the Generous Henderson House. It's on the National Register. We're proposing the vacation of the alley because of the loss of value to this home. That the house was one of the first of many mansions built on the Paseo in 1897. As such, it was a local treasure. It graced the face of postcards. It's currently the last second Renaissance Revival mansion left standing in the city. Brian Adriano is the property owner. He purchased the struggling property in 2014 in foreclosure. And in September 2017, we made a very difficult decision to turn the carriage house into our living quarters to move into it, to protect it from ongoing crime. And that included, but it was never limited to, trespass, drug-related offenses, vandalism, property damage, break-ins, vagrancy, squatting, illegal dumping, prostitution, and the worst of it, the public urination and defecation, which I'm going to show you is significant. Hopefully our neighbors are here in agreement with us today other than Jazz Hill. Since that time, we've tried many different ways, contacting Historical Society, the EDC, city officials, council members, real estate investors, finance professionals, trying to find any kind of help to restore this home, to no avail, due to our inability to do anything with the home or to obtain any kind of help. Due to the blighted conditions of the neighborhood and because the house lacks any kind of private or secured access. It is right off Paseo. The only access we have to the home is that alley that runs up behind. We have a one-car driveway back there, which our dumpster is currently parked in. And in the evenings, we literally have to squeeze our vehicles onto a gated patio with little or no more than an inch on either side so that our cars are not damaged or stolen. We've been trapped in that house now because we've been unable to sell it or redevelop it now for about 8 years. One of my concerns is that an open alley is an open invitation for crime, and this statement is supported by situational crime prevention, which suggests that poorly maintained dark and open alleys provide opportunities for crime by offering concealment and easy access. It's an attractive location for illegal activities, burglary, vandalism, illegal dumping, drug dealing, prostitution. In fact, many cities often implement strategies like alley gating to restrict access to deter criminals. It provides a greater sense of security and pride within a neighborhood, which is what is greatly needed there. One of those cities is St. Louis, Missouri. Their crime rate is lower than ours. I had the KCPD pull up some crime statistics in just our small little area. You'll see the boundary map on the next page, and we are ground zero in the middle of this map. And in the past year or two alone, you'll see last year we had 42 assaults, this year 21. We're not to the end of the year yet. We've had 7 non-residential burglaries, 9 domestic assaults, 2 murders right at the end of the alley, in fact, 42 property damage, 2 rapes, 1 a juvenile, 15 robberies on the street, 1 business robbery, 6 robberies strong-armed in the street, 2 sodomies, 1 a juvenile, 20 stealing, 1 purse snatching, 5 shoplifting, 6 auto thefts, 10 catalytic converters stolen, 7 stealing from a residence, and 47 stolen autos, and that is just within a matter of blocks this year. Jackson County in 2024, there were 2,815 unsheltered residents in the city, and that's a 40% increase from 2023. Since we moved in 2017, that's a typo, the homeless population has risen 168% in our neighborhood. There are presently 724 in our neighborhood alone, as we're near the City Union Mission. The Salvation Army is right behind us, and they dispense their medications daily. Also within blocks is the Hope Faith Ministries Food Distribution Center. There are currently 65 registered sex offenders within a mile of our address. This alley is often used as a through street by neighboring tenants rather than using the public streets appropriately, often at very high rates of speed and high volumes of traffic, I might add. As such, they throw their trash out of their cars, they stop and use our alley to urinate, they blare their loud car stereos at all times, day and night. Because of the deterioration of the alley from years of use of heavy construction equipment moving to and from, and their vehicles, it's now pretty much a dirt road. It's disruptive, it's filthy. If you could see the amount of dirt I have to clean out of my home daily, you would be shocked. It is unsafe for us and our pets. I do neighborhood animal rescue, and so it's a very close quarters for the cars to be moving through. It's denied us complete access to quiet and peaceful enjoyment of our own property. As I stated previously, that carriage house butts right up to the alley. There is no berm, there is no separation from it. The neighboring apartment owners and management, they do not lay their head there, and they do not care about us. The large commercial equipment you see here, will this play? Or is this PowerPoint? Or you pulled up the PDF? Here. Click over here. File. Open. Yeah, we've got some videos here I need to show you.
And we'll have to share it to.
You'll have to share that
Zoom.
separately, yeah.
Here.
Got a folder. Where your folder is.
Is this it?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, we need that. Hand me my water, please. I'm getting dry. Gabe. All right, here we go. Let's get down to where we were. Okay, so this one video I want to show you, this is how.
Sure.
Okay. This video, we good?
Yep.
This video here, I'll try to speed this up a little bit. You'll see just how close and big the traffic is moving through here, how close it is to our eaves. The camera you see there is just right there on the edge of our soffit line. And you'll see with other pictures, the nature and the size of the vehicles that are frequently moving through here. You see that? They have hit our carriage house 3 times in the past year.
Why are they even back there to begin with?
Yeah.
That's a good question. This has been a constant struggle, but this has been going on for 2 years now. We have this dump truck here. You'll see how big that is. The damage to the alley has been so significant, the north end is barely passable by vehicles now. You'll see a steel plate that area was dug up many years ago and they just left that plate there. But their large equipment has crushed and left big ruts in the alley. It got worse than this. This was just the footage we had, to where it was just huge, deep dirt, muddy ruts.
Construction trucks coming through.
Right. They've destroyed the alley. So I think you kind of get the idea there. I'm not going to bore you with all that. Let's move on here. I have some videos that are following here, and I need to explain to you, they're very disturbing, and they could be very offensive to some people if you're sensitive to stuff like that. So I'm just giving you a little bit of a heads up. I'm not kidding. This one isn't one of them, but this guy is a frequent flyer. He comes through our alley. We have a pet cemetery. It's a memorial garden. It's a wildflower garden we put back there for the neighborhood because I do rescue. He has had a problem with stealing from our little memorial sites. He in fact took that light there that night down to the Lincoln University yard and used that spike for the ground to break into their shed. Apparently he doesn't like cats, so he came back the next day and he decided he was going to remove this stone and try to break it. When he decided he couldn't break it, I'll show you. Instead, he rolled it down the hill. It takes Brian and I both to move that stone. Come on, dude. So yeah, he rolled it down the hill. And then he was going to try to find something to break it with. And he couldn't do that. So he comes back the next day with a can of paint to show me his frustration. So he vandalizes that, and then he goes and throws more paint on our security sign and then the construction vehicles. Just your typical garden variety passerby. Here are some of our neighborhood drug addicts. This is a regular occurrence. It's a daily thing that we are running these people off. This is our driveway you see here. And this was not late in the depths of the night. This was about 6 p.m. in the evening after we got home. And these are the types of people that we are contending with. We're not talking about some petty little, I don't want people walking or driving through here. This is what we have here, and it's dangerous. These people run up on us when we've gotten out of our running vehicles. We back out of those gates. We have to get out physically, and we have to lock the gate. And I was watching the cameras one night in the garage, or one morning when Brian was leaving for work, and this guy was running up on him through the alley. He did not see him coming. Had I not seen him through the cameras and scream bloody murder, I don't know what would have happened. But one evening, we opened the garage door. Brian was outside. I went inside. Within seconds, a wild homeless woman, I'm not exaggerating, ran through the open door into my living room, screaming at me to get out. I literally had to charge her like a linebacker, terrified, to push her through the living room out the garage door, screaming for Brian's help. We didn't see anyone outside. We had no idea where she even came from. And the most terrifying thing about this, when she ran into our living room, we have a cubby in that kitchen. And our gun was in that cubby standing right next to her, and that's the only thing I could see at that moment. These are not things that any homeowner should have to contend with.
Yep.
We can't open our garage door without drug addicts and homeless people just laying there. You never know what's on the other side of the door.
Yeah, Ms. Green, I understand you've got a lot of issues here. I'd like to get to,
Okay,
you can go to like
there's a few things.
30, if you don't mind,
Okay.
because I think that gets beyond.
No, I do want to show you a couple things that's important.
Yeah, I'd really like to hear obviously there's a lot of crime and vandalism and that.
No,
Real premise
hold on.
beyond why.
1 minute. I want you to see this. This
Okay.
is extremely important. I was on the video, or I was on the patio one morning, and I want you to see what this gentleman is doing, and I have several videos like this. He's doing exactly what you think he's doing, and he's watching me. Do you see what's happening here?
Yeah, I don't want to see it or need to.
Yeah.
Like I said, I've seen enough and I understand
Okay.
the crime and
Okay.
all of that. I'd really like to get to the reason why, and I'm sorry this is happening to you.
Right.
Seriously.
We want to coexist peacefully with our neighbors in every way. The reason we're here today is because we have an undeniable crime and homelessness problem in our neighborhood. The police do not respond to our neighborhood. There is no jail, which ironically, you're supposed to be talking about that today. They can just temporarily detain them. We're basically on our own there. We simply cannot walk out our doors, our gates, or our garage without knowing what's on the other side. To add insult to injury, our neighbor, Jazz Hill Apartments, is operated by an out-of-state investment company, Flaherty Collins Group. Because they do not live here, they have no concept of the struggle that we deal with on this property. In fact, their tenants have become a large part of the problem of dumping, the urination, defecation, excessive disruption. Tenants insist on utilizing that alley as their through street, as I stated, with several hundred apartments still in the works. The amount of daily traffic and disruption has become a constant problem and a danger for us, and we have lost our complete right to quiet and peaceful enjoyment. Last fall, we had a meeting with Flaherty Collins Group regarding property damage and disruption, at which time the owner's representative, Jeff Hammersley, informed us he would not have any objections to our pursuit of the vacation of the alley. Upon being passed off to his new construction manager, Andy Kydell, to discuss facilitating the signature, I had a very amicable discussion with Mr. Kydell, and he said he would see about getting the consent signed. Within a few days, I inexplicably received an email from him stating that they just were not going to sign. I tried contacting him by telephone for further explanation. It didn't make any sense. He basically stated to me that he became very condescending, that he was warned about me at that time. He was talking down to me, making very sexist remarks like, I don't like your tone. He was gaslighting, deflection from the actual topic at hand, calling me, listen, lady, you're barking up the wrong tree. We're not going to sign. There's nothing you can do about it. He went on to tell me how important they are, how much money they've got in the property, and he does not care about our measly couple $1,000s that we've invested into the survey, application fees for the vacation. In fact, he knew that we had proceeded with this matter. We paid several $1,000s for the survey and for the application fees only after we gained their approval and the city's approval. We had approval up until the 11th hour, and then all of a sudden we're conferring with the legal department, and now we have a problem after I have gotten months and several $1,000s into this endeavor. I feel that it was irresponsibly handled. We're here today asking you for your help in gaining some sense of security, peace, and even value to our property and our lives. Without any kind of value to this property, as I've stated, we can do nothing with it. Our hands are tied. I am respectfully requesting that you consider the seriousness and necessity of this request and help us to facilitate the approval of the request to vacate.
Thank you for that. So my biggest question is, the staff has recommended denial. I haven't heard, from a land use and access standpoint, I haven't heard anything yet that would change my opinion on going against what the staff recommended.
Mhm.
I totally get that you've got there's a security issue, there's vagrant issue, there's a lot of issues, and you've demonstrated that. But that I'm curious about if this was vacated, what are you going? It's not going to stop. So I'm curious of what you're going to do to help yourself out. What's by vacating the alley? How's that going to help?
Vacating the alley, and as we discussed the gating issue with the neighbors and with the city planning, would help us to gain some security to the home. Because that alley is open, that is exactly where the problems are coming from. At no time did we ever discuss cutting Flaherty Collins off from the north end of the alley or denying them any kind of access. That was never any part of any discussion. But this is all about security and even giving some much needed value to the home so we can do anything with it. Like I said, it has no private access whatsoever. We're right off the Paseo. There's no parking. There's no access from the front side. That is our only access to our property. We're literally surrounded in an island within ourselves between blocks worth of these apartment buildings. So we're just kind of sandwiched in between them.
Yeah. So again, I'm not, what security are you going to do? I mean, if
Well,
if
with
it's
it
vacated-
being closed with the gate, it keeps anybody from running all the way through with their cars, stopping, throwing trash out.
Or
because
coming up
when
behind the house.
We have construction work going on. We get yelled at for blocking the alley. And that's the worst thing because when Flaherty Collins was doing their work, I get yelled at for my car being in the way, keeping their construction workers, but they done hit the carriage house 3 times.
Yes, we had to
Done
tear
it.
off the entire back of our carriage house.
We had to re-tear out the whole back because they broke the rafters in it and none of them.
When you tear into a 127-year-old property, it disintegrates. We had to tear off the whole back of the carriage house and even replace a $6,000 door that was so saturated with urine. It was ridiculous.
So I kind of want to reiterate some of what the chair's asking, but before I do, so the intent would be a gate on one side, but not on the other
It
side.
would be a rolling gate from the 2 property lines.
At the carriage house line,
Go across to the other side of the berm of the alley. So security or fire EMS needed to come through. They could
Right.
Help it and would open up for them to pass through.
and then Lincoln University intends to fence off their parking lot because of the same issues we're having, where we would have both an accessible gate probably at a later date at the bottom of the alley. But if we cannot secure this as private property, we can't stop anyone from coming through.
Is there a good image to understand where the gates would be? And so is it 2 gates?
Are you saying 2 gates right on your
That's our
property
exhibit.
lines?
Do you have our
North and
exhibit?
south?
Have to
Would
plug
be
in again.
Yeah.
one between 1005, 1016. Where the parking lot is at and the fence line, we would put that gate that would be a rolling along the carriage house that would go over across the alley and stop.
But it would only be 1 gate, not 2.
That's what we're talking about right now, until Lincoln University fences in their parking lot, which that's in the works. We obviously wouldn't be able to put a gate at the end, but we would be able to secure the property as private property. Because right now, anyone we say anything to, we have no rights to tell them not to come through because it's public.
I've got a question for staff. Would it have been better to ask for an easement to put the gate in a alleyway rather than ask for a vacation of this alley, the full alley? Because then you could still, if it's going to meet fire code and all those other requirements,
Yeah, from my knowledge, Public Works does not allow a gate to be put within their right of way.
okay, so there's no easement.
Yeah, so we couldn't do a public easement to put a gate there that a private property owner maintains.
But that's what we discussed in our initial meeting with you, and that was what was suggested by you and by the fire department. We didn't make that up.
And we went to all the utilities.
We did all of this based on your recommendation of approval.
Off on it.
We requested to put it on the exhibit of the vacation.
it wouldn't keep anybody from having access to it. It would just be that one gate. So if they gave us, knowledge that they're gonna come and do any digging, which nobody's been back there
Could the city,
in 7 years to do any digging.
All the utility companies have consented. I've gotten comment forms from all of them. No one has a
yeah,
problem.
no, the issue, it seems like you can't have an easement, a private easement on a public, and the vacation, you'd be vacating a hole, and that doesn't make any.
It becomes private property at
And
that
then
point,
you
and
have
then
it just becomes a nightmare. Is there there's nothing in place where it could be privately funded, publicly installed, or?
I think that would be a larger conversation we need to have with Public Works. From not my knowledge, we've had a lot of meetings about vacating alleyways, for example, in the Northeast. And our concern is that, you know, this becomes a policing issue that shouldn't be resolved with the city planning vacation of right of way.
So, yeah, I mean, I live up in this area. So, and we live in Pendleton Heights. We have
Yeah.
all the alleyways. We know exactly this situation.
Right.
Unfortunately, we weren't able to do it by any sort of intervention of closing it off and making it private.
Yeah, we have our own security company that has to come through several times a night.
Yeah, yeah, this is a difficult one.
It's extremely difficult.
Going back to, sorry, my original question. So so the gate would be on,
So at the bottom of your screen is 11th Street. There's proposed to be a Yelp gate, and then right at kind of just below the middle, which would be, let me go to this picture. The highlighted property, the southern property line, or I guess the carriage house is right in the middle of that brown roof there. It'd be just north of that would be another swing gate.
Right there.
Wouldn't be a swinging gate, it'd be a rolling gate.
It'd roll.
It'd go right along the fence line. So if it needed to open up, it would go right along the fence line and the carriage house and would close back again up to the berm across the
so
alley.
I have a hard time discerning between this and what you just shown. How many gates?
There's one.
Just right now.
And so for city staff, because I think he'll have a good understanding of what I'm trying to ask. What I'm seeing where it says rolling gate called out on the right side. And then I also see something that looks like it's the same down below. So,
It was initially discussed that eventually one of these days we would like to do that at the end,
That
but
would
that's
have to
not
be-
reasonable for now because Lincoln University's lot isn't fenced off.
Then Lincoln University wanted to put that in.
Right.
because
They have the same
issue.
problems we do.
And then would you remove the other gate once they had?
No, it would be part of ours and then there would stop it too. So we would be sandwiched right in between the two. But we're not gonna cut off Jazz Hill from anything.
They still have complete access from 10th Street to their parking, to their building.
to be crystal clear before I continue, there will be two gates based upon what the applicant wants on either side of their property, which are in essence in the middle of the alleyway.
Yes.
At the end of the alleyway.
On 11th, that would be.
It would be from our
Jazz
carriage house
Yeah, I keep on hearing two different
to
things.
the end of the alley.
So
So
the proposal on the survey is that a Yelp gate is right here, and I had them add that. So all the utility reviewers would know, okay, this isn't just going to become private property. There will be a gate there. So if there's any conditions that water would need, we have some that if there's a condition that there's a sewer main in there, they need removable bollards. So they have a gate right here. And then you can see that carriage house, it would be just on the other side of that would be another gate. So two gates are proposed on the survey, which is what city staff reviewed this on.
That would be part of Lincoln University's.
Right there.
Yeah, there's some
Yeah, we
strong
wouldn't be putting a
disagreement.
gate there. That would be up to Lincoln University to put
Right.
in.
You see that lot there to the left? Lincoln University will be fencing off that lot. And at some point, we had talked about, if possible, putting a gate there to protect both of our properties. They've put a lot of money into trying to secure their property as well. They've had their vehicles vandalized and stuff stolen for years. They can't do anything.
Why, another question, why would the vacation not be just the section of,
You
alleyway
can't-
directly behind?
You
because they
can't
have-
vacate that way. You got to vacate the whole thing.
That would also, that would lead in, it have to meet 80, or we can't vacate, we can't have a vacation result in a dead end, and we can't vacate half the width or length of an alley, so it's part of our review criteria.
Okay, so unfortunately, staff report and applicant presentation doesn't line up. I'm having a hard time understanding what the applicant thinks is happening versus what the city thinks is happening. All that said, going back to what the chair had stated earlier, you all have been, dealing with something that no one should deal with and failed in many ways, or failed by others in many ways. And it's a tough situation. Often when we think about safety, I mean, we can only think about it in the terms of land use, and there's very, very little that we can do in terms of safety. One of the things that people think about the most is that extra bodies make things safer, more people, more traffic, et cetera. If the gates that you all are talking about don't prevent someone from, if they're only preventing vehicles and not people, you still believe that will be
They will prevent foot traffic as well, because right now that alley is completely open to anyone coming through there, which they do. If we have that
Understood.
rolling gate
Okay,
there,
and
that
so-
prevents that.
Understood. So what I'm curious about, when I'm looking at this, I don't fully understand how two rolling gates would prevent someone from walking around them. So would you then fence all the way up to the other property's
Yeah,
fence?
we
Yes.
could.
Okay.
Lincoln University is going to be putting up a fence around that lot, which would run down to the other fence. There's a fence to Hamilton Service Company, and their fence would attach to that. There's already a fence that runs along the right side of the alley, or that's the east side of the alley up to our property. It is almost completely fenced off with the exception of that parking lot right now, which is in the works.
Okay, and so then in essence, or if you're able to do this the way you'd like, is this like an 8-foot fence, or what is the fencing
Yeah,
gonna
it'd
look
be
like?
8-foot steel rolling gate to where nobody could pass through it.
Right.
And it would notch into the fence that's coming down from Hamilton down, and it would go in and lock on that end.
Okay.
So,
And then if we were ever to approve,
That would not meet our fence requirements for an R district.
yeah, I realize that. If something like this were to be approved, then if it were, is there, I mean, we were, in theory, this would be approved without any conditions about where the fencing is or where the gates are, and we're just hoping that then that happens in the future?
Obviously, staff is recommending denial, but we're also providing you with some potential conditions to consider if you were inclined to recommend approval. Part of the challenge with this kind of thing is that we have no way to enforce those conditions.
Okay, and so if this were to be approved, would staff want something to be approved specifying where gates are or not?
I don't think we have a preference on if there even is a gate. We just wanted our reviewers and utility comments to know that there will be gates here. So you can't build with anything within the right of way for those utility easements. But mainly wanted these gates listed on the survey so that fire and water know that they need to maybe change their condition to, like this, have a Yelp gate there.
We
So
are-
they can have emergency vehicles.
Let's just
We
suppose.
discussed that, and they
I-
approved that.
So let's just suppose that I wanted to find a way to approve this. It's difficult to approve something though without knowing if the applicant can successfully close off the other section. And because if the worst case scenario is we approve something that does nothing to help you and it exacerbates the problem. In theory, they could fence on the edge of the property if the other neighbor was unwilling to connect to the gate with their fence.
They are very willing. They've given consents, and I think maybe they might be online with us today. It's Sandra Hamilton with the Hamilton Service Company, and then Marianne Hallam with Lincoln University. We have wonderful relationships with them, and we've been working with the.
And then
on
a
this.
quick point of clarification, just because I know that's been causing some confusion. When the city talks about access or blocking access, they're not talking about actually someone's ability to drive to reach that parking lot or
Correct.
that parcel. They're just talking about that there's no longer a public land that leads to said parking lot.
Right.
And so I understand you all are saying, no, they could get through the gate still and they could come
Right.
from the other side.
But we are
It's-
more than willing to do any kind of cross access that is required.
Good, understood. Okay, sorry about that. I have no further questions.
Anybody else have any questions?
Just for clarification for staff, I mean, if we vacate this, then they have to maintain all the utilities, and does that go on the onus of the person? Like, how does that work then? Would it be like a T shape of the property?
So that, I mean, well, not a T shape. The alley would split in half, and then east property owner would get 5 feet, and the west property owner would get 5 feet.
Okay.
The alley itself would have to be maintained. The utilities would just remain in an easement.
Okay, and then there would be an easement for for the residential property because they're locked from, right?
Yeah, we'd request an easement from all property owners abutting this alley that all property owners can use that alley.
And maintenance of that alley would be,
It would
Could
no
you-
longer be an alley. You
Or
would have
the-
to maintain the property you owned.
okay.
Right.
With all that being done, all the construction, as much as it's been tore up, is Centric and Flaherty Collins responsible for repairing all that? Because it has got some major sinkholes, major water runoff, gravel everywhere. I mean, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to step away.
Well, now we don't have a quorum. No, we do.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, good.
Oh, we're-
I was like, wait, okay.
Yeah, we still have a quorum.
Please recuse it.
Mention my construction company.
Gotcha.
Started talking about.
Okay.
Public testimony?
Yeah, I think we go to public testimony and come back. So if there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 9, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay? So we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. And I don't know. Like I said, this one's hard for me. I get what you're coming from. It is the public access for the other lots back there. And I still haven't heard anything that could be done differently that would help you in your situation with security, and the things that happen around there. I mean, I understand you're gonna have fences up or some gates, sorry. But you got gates on one side, not the other side. There's still access from that direction. And even when you vacate the alleyway, you only get half of it. It's 7.5 feet, not the full 15 feet. Because the other half goes to the property to the west. Just understanding that. So if you did put a gate up, you have to have an easement from them for that. It sounds like you're able to get that. But again, I'm having a hard time. I'm just one vote of understanding what's going to be different to help you out with security at your site by vacating this alleyway.
Yeah, and I mean, in general, this is like a pretty textbook, aside from what you all are going through, it's a pretty textbook, like we should not vacate this alley based upon the way it connects, the number of properties, et cetera. I do think that the city's failed y'all multiple times over. And so, I mean, just for that, I'd be willing to vote for it, for the vacation, just because I feel as though there have to be some repercussions. This is a city that's all of ours. And, when you get failed like that, I'm okay putting pressure on the city to react and say, okay, we've got time before this goes through to the next stage to figure out how we can resolve this and come up with something so we're not vacating an alley that creates more problems down the road. again, if you remove, the specific scenario of what's happening, this is not an alley that should be vacated. I realize it's not what you wanted to do. You'd rather just have an alley that's an alley that can be used as it's intended to be,
Well,
but
essentially, we've got a historic property here that we can no longer protect or do anything with.
yeah. So with that, I mean, I'm happy to support it. I fully understand the votes might not be there for it, and this would be a really silly looking alley with, these gates across it and some fencing. But if it offers you all any reprieve, I'm fully supportive of it and willing to take a risk on it in spite of that.
Yeah, I guess the other question I would have for you too is, I mean, again, you're only able to vacate half, so half would go to your side. If
Which
you
was
know
our
that
intent
you're
all
in an
along.
Easement or had some kind of agreement with the others, I think I would feel a little bit better. But
I did have a question about the lighting. How well lit is it over there?
The lighting,
Mhm.
It's lit up now because
we put in lighting
So
ourselves.
so the whole back half of it's lit up. There's a street light right above the two properties there, and then there's another one between Lincoln University and the property that's
The lighting that's been installed, we've done.
so everything's pretty well lit. And we have, the vagrancy problem where they hide in the trees and the stairwells of Jazz Hill, and it's just.
And that building over there right now is vacant, and it's going to be vacant for I don't know how long because it will not pass inspection. It's been sitting that way for quite some time. It's attracted a lot of homeless activity, and they've even burnt out the third floor. And that's problematic as well. We've got a lot of squatters over there.
So who's the owner of 21 or 21412 West 51st Street, the property behind you?
Oh, that's a Hamilton Service Company,
And they're the ones that are fully willing to.
completely.
Yeah.
Yeah, we watch their property as well. They have problems over there, so we keep watch over their property too.
Eye on everybody.
Everyone's.
because all the
And do you all go to the police?
We have
PR?
called police multiple times. They don't respond to our neighborhood. Anything east of downtown, they just don't. You'd have to have a murder before they show up, and that's what leaves us on our own. So we have taken all security measures into our own hands and done everything we possibly can
cameras and
with cameras and security companies. And we have to walk the property in the evening and make sure things are
I
secure.
get you.
Yeah. We're our own neighborhood watch.
Yeah, I guess I'll kind of chime in here. I'm probably leaning closer towards Commissioner Ender's statements. I think what's been done to this neighborhood over the decades is criminal as an understatement, and this neighborhood just seems to have been forgotten about. And so I understand. I try to put myself in your situation. What would I do in this situation? And it seems like there's not much that can be done other than to essentially fortify what little you have in this area. And so, although I don't think this is a great solution, or at least an ideal solution, I'm not sure what else can be done to alleviate this situation.
Well, and it goes beyond the security as well. Until we can secure the property and make it somewhat attractive to an investor to come in and bring it back up, because this neighborhood is seeing a lot of regentrification. It's literally just sitting there deteriorating. If you've noticed the house recently, we haven't been able to get help from anyone because the way it sits.
Yeah, I
The
understand.
crime, the
I
homelessness.
understand.
we had metal thieves come by one night and took out the main fence out front.
And they stole our tunnel cover.
Yeah, they did that, and then they took down the fence, and then we're out there trying to pick it up, which weighs about 1,500 pounds at 12 o'clock at midnight, and
With a welder, police drive by like nothing's happening.
so we had to cut it apart. And
I don't want to eat too much more time, but just out of curiosity, who's the councilman that you reached out to?
Melissa Robinson, Eric Bunch, and Melissa Patterson Hazley.
And
Robinson
sorry.
wouldn't even call us back.
If you just come down to City Hall, because I'm going to be transparent, I have had to come down to City Hall for my own issues, and it's kind of hard to ignore somebody if you just come up in their face and tell them, hey.
I thought about it.
I would recommend doing that. I also understand where you guys are coming from,
Mhm.
so I'm probably going to side with.
Well, Melissa Patterson Hazley actually came out, and the day she came out, she had problems with homeless people that wouldn't get out of the way of her car, and she was in an argument with them.
Had footage, you had the
Yeah.
the PowerPoint.
Well, our,
so-
our, yeah, these issues are systemic and tough, and council members can't necessarily solve them either, you know, so.
Right.
All right, have we closed all testimony, or shall we?
Yep, I think so.
Okay. Well, yeah, with recognition that this is, you know, probably not the best in terms of long-term planning, and that we don't want to, and that staff, you know, did an appropriate job reviewing this. I'm going to go ahead and recommend approving the applicant's request for vacation of the alley.
Yeah, and I'll just add, like I said, I think it's very short-term bandage solution, but I think the problems that are occurring here are not just to this block, but it's a more systematic problem with this neighborhood and the area in general. So
Mhm.
And I'll add,
If I can, I just want to add one condition on that,
Mhm.
and that's to make sure that they get an easement to the people to the west,
Yes.
if, for the gate and that kind of thing.
is that already in there or it needs to be added?
Not for a gate. There's one for a cross-access easement, so everybody has access to the alleyway.
But if they're putting a gate up that goes all the way across that alleyway into the, you know, once they get to the center line of the alley,
Yeah.
they're in their property, so they have.
I had the wrong
easement
assumption
for
they
that.
were one and the same. So I'll amend that motion to include the condition for the easement as the chair just mentioned.
Yep. Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for approval of the vacation of the alleyway, with the addition of the one condition, for the easement. So Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Crowell,
No.
Enders.
Aye.
Forbes,
Aye.
Hessick.
Aye.
All right, looks like it passes 3-1.
Thank you so much.
Yep, thank you. All right, let's move on to docket item number 10, please.
I'll get the.
Sorry.
Docket item number 10 is
Oh, yeah.
case
Yeah.
CD CPC 2025-149, a request to approve a major amendment to an existing master plan development in District MPD on about 441 acres, generally located at the southwest corner of Eastern Avenue and Raytown Road, allowing for expanded uses, including non-accessory parking.
This is going to be as long as the first or second one?
I hope not.
You hope so?
I hope not. No, I hope not.
Okay.
I'm gonna prove it real quick.
Okay. The afternoon again. Larissa Chambi, City Planning and Development. This is for a major amendment to a previously approved MPD at 4101 Eastern Avenue. This is the subject location. It is on the eastern portion of the city over by the stadiums. And then this is a closer look at the subject site in question. And we're going to focus on the area that's highlighted in red, and you'll see this slide again later on in my presentation. So the previously approved plan is known as the Municipal Farm Sustainable Reuse Plan, which was approved in 2012. It was a 441 acre plan that splits the parcels or the area into 21 areas, and you can see them all circled and highlighted with their designated numbers. So this major amendment is to allow, and these are the approved uses for each of those 21 areas, and it's hard to read, but it is in your staff report, so hopefully you can zoom in on those. And this table lists every use that is allowed in each of those areas. So the major amendment is specifically for Area 20, and staff did work with the applicant to ensure that the only Area 20 we're talking about is this Area 20 that's clouded over to the north of the site. And that is to add the parking, non-accessory use for that property. Staff did add a condition to the application that ensures that any expansion of that parking area outside of this purple area, which is also fenced, require a major amendment because we are looking at keeping that parking just within the existing gravel that is already on that site. The existing fence has razor wire on the top as well. And I'll move on. So this is a view from Raytown Road back in 2021. It was previously used by Evergy for a laydown yard. And before that, it was the Round Grove Creek landfill. And so that landfill did close in 2012, or the cleanup started in 2012 with final certification in 2017. And then Evergy has been using that site since then. So there is a new leasee who would like to use that site for non-accessory parking, and will only use that site for approximately 11 days, but I'll let the applicant confirm that out of the year. And so again, this is just that location. Area 20 was also located further south, but since that is fully treed, we're really looking at keeping it along the gravel. Here is a look at the property from Raytown Road, and you can see this fence. The applicant is not proposing to add any street trees. The fencing will remain as is, and none of the lighting on the site is going to change. And then again, just a look straight on from Raytown Road. Staff did have one condition to remove, which is on your screen. It's condition number 2. Applicant shall apply for and receive approval of a parking lot / site improvement application. There's no improvements being done to this site, and it will remain gravel, so there's no need for that site improvement or application. So we just need to get that condition removed. And so the previously approved MPD plan did align fairly well with the area plan at the time. This amendment does not align as highly. I believe it got a low alignment for both the Blue Ridge area plan and the Casey Spirit playbook. And so we do have Jonathan Feverston from the 3rd District here. If you'd like to listen to that. If not, I can answer questions on the current plan and then give you just a couple minutes to listen to the applicant, or we can call up Jonathan Feverston. Up to you. Okay. Well, staff is recommending approval subject to conditions due to the limited days of use for this parking lot, and that the applicant is going to ensure that that site does remain clean throughout the entirety of its lease. I will hand it over to the applicant.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ricky Sanchez, lead planner with the Parks Department.
Hi, I'm Angela Ely, and I'm also with Parks Department lead planner.
Yep. All right. So, again, Larissa did a really good job of kind of explaining what our project is. Again, just to give you a general overview of where we're at. So just north is a Chiefs training facility. So it's this yellow area just located down south. Again, we are just talking about this area number 20, the one area number 20 highlighted in yellow there. Part of the major plan for municipal farms. So just to give some background, prior to 2020, the property was just a flat grassy area. You can see there on November 24th of 2020, the Parks Department signed into an agreement with Evergy for a laydown yard. And you can kind of see the transformation between where prior when it was just a capped landfill versus when it was used for the laydown yard. The proposed parking area is located on top of a capped landfill. Landfill is capped with 2 to 3 feet of soil and clay. Evergy added approximately 8 inches of gravel on top of the cap for the laydown yard to ensure that whenever they laid down whatever they had to, they were not going to break the seal of the cap. This was taken about a month and a half ago. Staff went out to take pictures of the site. There is a lot of trash that is already being collected over here. There's some vandalism of the lights that have already happened. And this is about I don't know, a month or two after Evergy had left the site. And so when I was out there, I was in a Mark City vehicle and I saw 2 trucks come up and start dumping in front of me. There's nothing really that is there to stop them. Half of the fence has been ripped down. The gates were, I think they were taken by a tornado and not replaced. So there's a lot of vandalism that's happening here. And one of the biggest hurdles that the Parks Department is finding is the upkeep with making after the lease with Evergy ends at the end of this year. And so after that happens, it is going to be up to the Parks Department to make sure that it is not, used for trash. And we are already having a hard time doing that with a lot of our parks. So this would just add to that inventory of maintenance for us. So the site plan, existing 6-foot tall fence is there with barbed wire on top. Existing perimeter lights are there, an existing gravel surface. That we have been talking with the leasee, and they expect for this to stay there. Now, in addition to what is already existing security for the day of operations for the leasee, in our agreement, we will be asking that they maintain the property up to a certain standard that Parks requires. Supplemental lighting that they'll need to do, and security cameras that they will be adding. So there's just an additional layer of cleanup and security that is added whenever we are able to lease this property out. And one of the best uses for the Parks Department to do for something that's a gravel flat piece of property is parking. We've already kind of talked about this, removing condition number 2. We're in agreement, and that's the end of my presentation. Angela and I will be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Okay, any questions for city staff?
So the let's see, they'll help also clean up stuff in between the property line and the street, or is that still going to be your issue?
That will be something that we agree upon in the agreement. So that has not been discussed just yet, but it is our intention that the leasee will take care of that as well.
Might still be dealing with it.
Right.
Right. Yeah, I think they will. Can you remind me again where the municipal farm properties lie?
So everything that is highlighted in the red with the green and brown is the municipal farms plan on both sides of I-435.
So municipal farms is 441 acres. It's divided by 435. There's a property west of 435 and then property east of 435. So the area that we're looking at is on the east side, the east part of municipal farm, but the specific property is adjacent to Raytown Road. And so it's just north of Ozark Road.
So if I remember the boundaries north, it's Stadium Drive down to, that Stadium Drive that comes around, and then you got the stadiums and the industrial park. You're south of that.
Yeah,
Boys Grow used to have a operation in
so they're on the
that's
west,
in that area?
Yeah, so that's on the west side.
Okay.
For the municipal farm. So this east side would include Raytown Road. I think there's like a transformer, like right after that transformer is where the municipal farm property begins. So you'll go on Raytown Road, you go around to Ozark Road, and then there's where the jail used to be at. And then you go up to, I think it's Eastern Road is the next.
Okay.
Yeah, and so that's the boundary of that east portion.
Okay, thank you. I was trying to, I said, okay, what part are they talking about?
Yeah.
So with this leasing, there was a statement about parking improvements?
At this point, the leasee they want to keep it just gravel. If we were to pave it, it would cause additional issues with the creek and additional stormwater runoff, things like that. So we would like to just keep it gravel.
So is that what you're referring to, Marissa, with your, Larissa?
So condition number 2 requested that they apply for and receive approval of a parking lot or site improvement application. But since they aren't improving it and they're keeping it gravel as is, there's no application for that. So we're just removing that condition.
Okay. I wasn't hearing the remove. I'm like, okay, so what they want them to do? Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 10, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
All right, so we'll close public testimony. Anything else to add at this time?
The only thing is we did have a meeting with the neighborhood, which is Eastwood Hills Neighborhood Association. We did send out invitations to property owners within 300 feet of the entire municipal farm. And we had our meeting, I think it was October 27th.
28th, yeah.
28th. So I will have to say that the neighborhood was opposed to the request. They said that it wasn't integrated with the municipal farm reuse plan. And so I'm surprised that they're not online, but I wanted to make that known to you, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, at this time, we'll close testimony then. Speak amongst the commission, or I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowell, I move to approve docket item number 10 with conditions, removing condition number 2.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item 10 with conditions except removing number 2. Margaret, take roll call.
Parkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Forbes.
Aye.
Hassick.
Aye.
It looks like the motion passes.
Thank
you
you.
very much.
Thank you.
One more. You-
While they're setting up.
Okay. Do you want me to go ahead and call this one? You want me to? Docket item number 11 is case CD CPC 2025-157, a request to approve a non-residential development plan for a detention and correctional facility on about 3.18 acres generally located at the northwest corner of East Front Street and North Century Avenue.
Want me to go ahead and start? Good afternoon, I believe for the last time, Larissa Chambi, City Planning and Development. This is a request for a non-residential development plan at 7750 East Front Street. And beside me, I have Andy Clark with Project Administration Division and Roxana Reyes, the city architect. Okay, so in front of you today is that development plan that I mentioned. It is for a 54,800 square foot detention and correction facility. It is located in the eastern side of our city. Here's a closer look at that subject property. The detention and corrections facility is going to be placed on the southernmost parking lot highlighted in red. The property is currently occupied with the Casey Tow Lot. Just a little bit of history and some timelines for this project. Ordinance 250890 appropriated $15 million for the purpose of this detention and corrections facility. That was approved by City Council on October 16th of 2025. And Andy can go into some more details.
Oh, so good to see you all again. I just wanted to update you, and especially so Chairman Crowell will know, as you see the last note, this will be introduced tomorrow at City Council. I know that this body does not usually appreciate that, but I wanted to let you know there were multiple sites that were looked at and analyzed. The water department was able to shift their plans, which you will see in another slide, to identify this site to be the least impactful and most developable. So I just wanted to let you know that is one reason why it would be introduced tomorrow. Another reason is with all of the holidays coming up, tomorrow is the last chance to get something before council before the new year and for the building plan reviews to potentially start anything before a deep freeze. That is why it was introduced. So I just wanted to let you know that.
So here's a closer look at the site plan for the detention and correction facility. You can see there's one access off of North Century Avenue just to the south of where the proposed building will be. There is a 12-foot chain link fence with vinyl screening surrounding the entire structure and parking lot. So on the outside of that security fence is the visitor parking, which you can see highlighted here. And then on the interior of that fence, we have fleet parking, officer parking, and employee parking. The building does include space for approximately 100 beds and room for an administrative office. And Oksana, if you can hop in with some more operations for the day-to-day.
Yeah, so the way that this kind of rolled out, we put out an RFP. The successful respondent, their proposal was to do a pre-engineered metal building, and inside of that, there will be prefabricated metal cells, steel cells. So we know the size of the metal building. We're still working out exactly how the inside's going to work, but we have it pretty close now. And so inside of there, we're going to have there'll be cells around day rooms, and then there'll be dormitories where it's more like bunk style. We're going to have a pretty sizable medical area where inmates can be seen. We'll have, booking, a sally port where people, where KCPD will drive in, or corrections will drive in to be able to bring inmates in. And obviously staff area. We'll have a dock on the north side so we can bring in goods and food. And we'll have a kitchen, commissary, storage, laundry, all the normal stuff, property storage.
We're just looking at your site plan real quick. Where does your clients go in and out of the building? Do you have a porta share or anything like that?
Yeah, so it's not really on there, but we're looking at the south side of
Right here.
that.
If you can see my mouse. And then having them, there's another gate here. Correct?
There'll be a gate there.
Yep.
Are we adding a gate on the top?
Yes.
To go through. These guys are the ones actually designing it. And yeah, so.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Here is a closer look at the existing landscaping on the property. This is fairly well screened with existing landscaping, as you can see here. The applicant is also almost in compliance with our bicycle and parking code. They're just missing 4. And so we've included a administrative or alternative compliance parking plan with this development plan for those 4 missing bicycle spots. And just we're actually going to keep moving forward, but this does show the screening for the proposed area where that building will go, and then the screening for the parking lot for the visitors. And so this is that building that we just discussed, which is primarily just metal with accents along the center of that building, and then a couple more elevations. I did want to just touch on very quickly before I hand it off to Andrew Clark that building will be screened by the proposed fence and will also be screened by future improvements that will take place on the south of the site. So that is why we are not requesting additional screening along the southern portion of that structure.
Yep. And essentially, Larissa covered the point of why we're not asking for additional screening on the south side. There's going to be a phosphorus removal plant that KC Water will bring in, which will also bring additional improvements to the area with the coordination with Public Works to not have a negative impact on the existing tow lot operation.
Staff is also including a condition that a sidewalk be placed between this bus stop to the south of East Front Street on North Century Avenue, and then having that connect or provide a connection up to East Front Street. We don't think that a lot of the people going to this property will be using their vehicle since it is partially a tow lot. And so we do think that a majority of the visitors will be using public transportation, and this will help keep those pedestrians out of the rain, mud, or if there's any snow at the time, any snow. And then here's just a look at the site. This is from North Century Avenue, kind of looking at that southern parking lot where the proposed structure will be placed. And then looking right straight ahead to the proposed parking lot or the proposed location for the detention and correction facility. And again, looking just south of that location. There are two conditions to revise, and the only change for both of those is removing the word applicant and just adding the word property owner for the required deed consolidations and for the two lots. And then for the sidewalk to the bus stop on North Century Avenue on the south side of East Front Street. With that, staff is recommending approval subject to conditions for the development plan.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commissioners? City staff? Really? Okay. Anything else you want to add before we go to public testimony, I guess? I mean, you got a presentation of your own or no? Okay. All right, well, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 11, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Pretty quiet day. So we'll close public testimony then. This is a permanent thing or is it more temporary in nature?
It's the intent is to be used until we have the permanent one online, which will be probably 3 years out.
Only 3 years, really? Okay.
I'm optimist.
Okay. All right. Well, if there's no other discussion or any questions, I'll take a motion then.
Chair Crowley, move to approve docket item number 11 with conditions, revising conditions number 6 and 9, replacing the word applicant with property owner.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 11 with the changes to the conditions. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Merkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Forbes,
Aye.
Hassick.
Aye.
Looks like the motion passes. Pays to be at the end, right? Okay, anything else to come before the commission today?
That wasn't enough.
I don't know. There's gotta be more, you know,
Yeah.
To add something.
Stop it.
quickly.
Well, last time we talked about some informational sections from different departments.
Yes.
Can we add parking to that from today's meeting?
Parking
Yeah,
is
it's
on the
on-
list, actually.
Are they already on the list?
Mhm.
Okay,
We were looking for some lighter dockets.
okay, yeah, I
to
know.
try to- yeah.
Yeah, I know we want to have water services in to talk about several different things, whether it be green infrastructure. Today was brought up. So Travis, I'm not sure if you heard this or not, you know, about water and water supply, especially for potential future development that requires that. Do we have, what's the capacity and how that looks? I'm not sure what else we wanted water to look at for us too.
I don't have those notes in front of me, but we did take some notes when we discussed this before, so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Usually in December, things let up a little bit, so we kind of have an outlook on where we think the docket's gonna be a little lighter, so.
This is kind of out there and probably won't make sense, but I had read that the Port Board had, wanted to kind of learn more about data centers before they approved incentives on data centers. Would it make sense to share the Zoom link with them whenever we're hearing, whether it's about water or energy, so that way they could at the same time educate themselves and be ready for the next project that they see.
Sure.
Yeah. All right, motion to adjourn. Thank you, everybody.